In China's post-war commercial relations with the outside world, we want to replace Japan's principle of colonizing China by the principle of free and equal trade with all nations. In the internal sphere, we want to replace the policies of the Kuomintang government, which depress the living standards of the people and thereby restrict industrial development in the country, by the policies we are already practicing in liberated China, that is, of fostering the productive forces of the people, raising their purchasing power, and thus achieving the main prerequisites for the most rapid and most solid growth of modern industries. There will have to be three forms of industrialization according to the ideas of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, which we consider justified by the conditions prevailing in China. Key industries in a position to control national economy, like railroads and mines, can best be developed and run by the state. Other industries will have to be developed by private capital, and for the exploitation of our great potentialities in handicraft and rural small-scale manufacture we shall have to depend upon strong, democratically run cooperatives. What political role did the Communist Party plan to play in post-war China? I asked. The membership of our party is necessarily a small portion of the Chinese people, he said. Only if that small portion reflects the opinions of the majority of the peoples, and only if it works for their interests, can the relationship between the people and the party be healthy. Today the Communist Party reflects the opinions not only of the peasants and workers but also of many anti-Japanese landlords, merchants, intellectuals, etc., that is, of all anti-Japanese people in our regions. The Communist Party is willing and will always be ready to cooperate closely with all people in China who are prepared to cooperate with it. This willingness is expressed in our three-thirds system of democratic representation, which restricts the seats of Communist Party members in all elected bodies to a maximum of 1/3 of the whole, and gives 2/3 of the seats to members of other parties and non-party elements. Yes, Mao Zedong replied to my question about relations with the Kuomintang. We are also willing to cooperate with the Kuomintang not only while the war lasts but afterward. That is to say, if the Kuomintang lets us do so. And we are willing to practice in the future, as we do today, the 4 promises we made to the Kuomintang in 1937. I asked him about the contents of those promises, to which I had often heard vague reference in Chungking, and about the conditions that had been attached to them. We promised, 1. Not to continue the kind of agrarian revolution we had practiced in the past, 2. Not to overthrow the Kuomintang government by force, 3. To reorganize our Soviet government in the border region as a democratic, local government, and 4. To reorganize our Red Army as part of a national revolutionary army. These promises, we stated at that time, we would carry out if the Kuomintang on its part, 1. Stopped civil war, 2. Fought against Japan, 3. Adopted a system of democratic government, and granted the people freedom of speech, publication, assembly, and association, and 4. Took measures to improve the livelihood of the people. Is there any opposition within the Communist Party to your present policies? I went on, or to your interpretation of the long-term requirements of China? I was referring to the frequent rumors in Chungking about dissension within the communist ranks. No, he said, there is no opposition in our party now. In earlier periods there were 2 deviations. One was of a Trotskyite nature, identified with Chen Tuxiu, who died in 1942, years after his opposition had ceased to have any influence. The other was that of Chiang Kuo-tao, who had for some time set himself against our party's correct policy and left it, practically alone. He is now working in the special service of the Kuomintang. Both deviations never influenced the solidarity of our party and have left no trace. I interrupted, do you mean to say that none of your policies are ever questioned or opposed? Naturally, from time to time there may be certain differences of opinion within our ranks. But they are always solved in democratic way, by discussion and analysis of the problems in question. If a minority is still not convinced of the correctness of a majority decision, it submits to it after thorough debates in party meetings. The decisive factor in our work is that we always find out which of our policies the masses of the people accept and which they criticize or reject. Only, policies which prove popular with the masses become and remain the policies of our party. At the time of the introduction of a new measure there may be people inside and outside the party who do not quite understand it. But in the course of the execution of any measure a united opinion of an overwhelming majority inside and outside the party is invariably formed, because our party organizations are all the time watching out for popular reaction, and because we modify our measures continuously according to the actual needs and opinions of the people. All party organizations from the top to down are held to observe our vital principle of not separating ourselves from the masses of the people but of being in closest harmony with their needs and wishes. The correctness of any of our policies has always to be tested and is always being tested by the masses themselves. We ourselves constantly examine our own decisions and policies. We correct our mistakes whenever we find them. We draw conclusions from all positive and negative experiences and apply those conclusions as widely as possible. In these ways relations between the Communist Party and the masses of the people are constantly being improved. Mao Zedong had arrived at his favorite topic, his constant demand on all party members to observe what he calls the mass viewpoint in all their decisions and actions. He spoke with enthusiasm. This is the most fundamental point. If the leading elements of a political party are really working for the interests of the broad masses of the people, and if they are sincere in this endeavor, they have unlimited opportunities of listening to the opinions of the people. We listen to the people. Through the media of popular meetings in villages, towns, districts, regions, and everywhere in our territories, through individual conversations between party members and men and women of all strata of the population, through special conferences, newspapers, and the telegrams and letters we receive from the people, through all this we can, and do, always find out the real, undisguised opinion of the masses. Apart from that, our method is to find typical samples both of satisfactory and unsatisfactory work in every field of activity. We study those samples thoroughly, learn from them, and sum up our experiences on the subject in order to draw concrete conclusions for the necessary improvements. The period of such observation of reality and of studying samples of good and bad work may in one case be a few weeks, in another several months, and sometimes even a few years. But in this way we always keep in close touch with actual developments, discover what the people want and need, and learn from those among the people inside and outside the party who do the best work. Some of our cadres may sometimes fail to understand our policies thoroughly and make mistakes in their execution, so that such comrades have to be criticized and taught. For this purpose, too, the thorough study and analysis of a specimen of good work is of great importance. Mao Zedong showed me a copy of the Liberation Daily. Take the example in tonight's newspaper. Here is a long article covering a whole page which describes in detail the ways in which one of the companies of the 8th Route Army got rid of its shortcomings and became one of the best units. The cadres and fighters of every company in our armies will read and study and discuss this article. This is the simple way in which the positive experiences of one company will be taught as policy to 5,000 companies. On other days you may find similar articles about a cooperative, a school, a hospital, or a local administrative unit. To come back to the vital matter of close understanding and cooperation between party comrades and non-party people. There has been a very great and steady improvement, but mistakes are still being made by some of our comrades. Some incidents and misunderstandings still occur. Here and there we still have some communists who tend to monopolize affairs. We are therefore all the time calling everybody's attention to the importance of giving non-party people actual power under our democratic three-thirds system. In the course of the practical execution of our policies we show all our comrades concretely how genuine cooperation between us and non-party people helps not only the masses but ourselves. In consequence, mutual trust between party and non-party people is growing in the process of all the practical work they have to do together. I asked Mao Zedong whether he considered that the Communist Party had made any major mistakes in its policies. On all basic points our policies have proved correct from the very beginning. This is true first of all of our fundamental policies under the new democracy of letting the masses of the people organize themselves for a revolution aiming at national independence, democracy, and the improvement of the people's livelihood on the basis of private property. It is only with regard to the application of these basic policies to concrete conditions that certain deviations are liable to appear from time to time, deviations partly to the left and partly to the right. They are, however, not deviations of the party as a whole or of groups in the party, but of certain people in our ranks. From all those mistakes the party as a whole has learned. Yes, in certain periods there have been a few individuals in our party who believed that communism is feasible in China at this time. But the party as such has never held that view. Even the existence within our party of a group advocating the immediate practice of a communist social system is impossible on account of the concrete conditions in China which make communism unfeasible for a very long time to come. The Kuomintang allegation that there are groups with diverging views within our party is completely unfounded. The Kuomintang, which is itself so badly split by cliques, cannot conceive of a really united political party, and that is probably why such rumors are believed by some in Chongqing. Did you ever find yourself in a minority so that your own ideas on a subject were not carried out? Yes. I have been in the minority myself. The only thing for me to do at such times was to wait. But there have been very few examples of that in recent years. I had been asked by Chinese friends in Chongqing to find out whether the communists were Chinese first or communist first and put the question to Mao Zedong. He smiled. Without a Chinese nation there could be no Chinese Communist Party. You might just as well ask, what is first, children or parents? This is not a question of theory but of practice, like the other question people put to you in the Kuomintang regions, whether we are working for our party or for the people. Go and ask our people, anywhere you want. They know well enough that the Chinese Communist Party serves them. They have had their experience with us during the most difficult times. As to our method of thinking, I told you already that we, like communists in any other country, are convinced of the correctness of Marxism. This is probably what people refer to when they ask whether we are communist first or Chinese first. But our belief in Marxism as a correct method of thinking does not mean that we negate the Chinese cultural heritage or the value of non-Marxist foreign thought. It is certainly true that much is good in what Chinese history has handed down to us. And this heritage we must make our own. There are, however, certain people in China who worship the obsolete ideas of ancient times which are not suitable for our nation today but on the contrary harmful. Those things must be discarded. In foreign cultures, too, there is much that is good and progressive which we must accept, and, on the other hand, much that is rotten, like fascism, which must be destroyed. To accept ideas from the Chinese past or from abroad does not mean to take them over unconditionally. They must be coordinated with actual conditions in China and practiced in accordance with them. Our attitude is that of critical acceptance of our own historical heritage and of foreign thought. We are against blind acceptance as well as blind rejection of any ideas. We Chinese must think with our own brains and must decide for ourselves what can grow on our own soil. I want to summarize what China needs today. Mao Zedong took the initiative. China needs internal peace and democracy. Without internal peace, China will not be able to win the war against Japan or win the peace. Our failure to achieve internal peace after the war with Japan might actually disturb peaceful international relations. For if there were to be another civil war in China, it would last for a long period and would influence foreign countries as well. Among people abroad there are still many who have not fully understood that during the last 23 years of China's political development the key problem has always been the relationship between the Kuomintang and Communist parties. And the same will be true in the future. In the first stage of that important 23-year period of our history, from 1924 to 1927, there would have been no national revolution in China without cooperation between the Kuomintang and Communist parties. In the latter part of the second stage, from 1931 to 1936, Qin's inability to resist Japan resulted from the fact that the national government of the Kuomintang used all its strength, the proceeds of its foreign loans, the services of its foreign military advisors, and other foreign assistance for the campaigns it waged against the Chinese Communists. In the third stage, from 1937 to the present, our war against Japan might not have been possible, or at least China would not have been able to hold out as long as she did if it had not been for what Kuomintang communist cooperation there was. Conversely, China's war effort against Japan today would be infinitely stronger than it is if the Kuomintang had continued to cooperate with the Communist Party, at least to the extent that characterized the first short phase of the war. Our study and the current situation. April 12, 1944. From 1942 to 1944, the central organ and senior cadres of the Communist Party of China held discussions on the history of the party, especially of the period from the beginning of 1931 to the end of 1934. These discussions greatly helped in bringing about ideological unity in the party on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. The enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee at Xunyi, Queiqiao, in January 1935, had corrected the erroneous left line pursued from early 1931 to late 1934, changed the composition of the central leading organ, established the leadership headed by Comrade Mao Zedong, and set the party line on the correct Marxist-Leninist track. Nevertheless, many party cadres had not yet reached a thorough understanding of the character of the erroneous lines of the past. In order to raise the Marxist-Leninist ideological level of party cadres still higher, in 1942-43 the Political Bureau held several discussions on the history of the party, and then led the senior cadres of the whole party in holding similar discussions during 1943-44. These discussions were an important preparation for the 7th National Congress of the party in 1945, enabling it to attain an ideological and political unity without precedent in the history of the Communist Party of China. Our study and the current situation was a speech made by Comrade Mao Zedong at a meeting of senior cadres in Yan'an on April 12, 1944, on the subject of these discussions. Since last winter, the senior cadres of our party have been studying the question of the two lines that existed in the history of the party. This has very greatly raised the political level of those numerous senior cadres. In the course of the study, comrades have brought up many questions, and the Political Bureau of the Central Committee has reached conclusions on some of the important ones. They are as follows. 1. On the question of what attitude to adopt in studying our historical experience. The Central Committee holds that we should enable the cadres to become perfectly clear ideologically on the questions which arose in the history of the party, and that at the same time we should adopt a lenient policy in arriving at decisions about comrades who formerly committed errors, so that on the one hand the cadres should thoroughly understand the historical experience of our party and avoid repeating past errors, and on the other hand all comrades can be united for our common endeavor. In the history of our party there were great struggles against the erroneous lines of Chen Tuxiuan and of Li Lisan, and they were absolutely necessary. But there were defects in the methods employed. For one thing, the cadres were not brought to a full ideological understanding of the causes of these errors, the circumstances in which they were committed, and the detailed ways and means of correcting them, so that errors of a similar nature came to be repeated, and for another, too much stress was placed on the responsibility of individuals, so that we failed to unite as many people as we could have done for our common endeavor. We should take warning from those two defects. This time, in dealing with questions of party history, we should lay the stress not on the responsibility of certain individual comrades but on the analysis of the circumstances in which the errors were committed, on the content of the errors and on their social, historical, and ideological roots, and this should be done in the spirit of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient, in order to achieve the twofold objective of clarity in ideology and unity among comrades. The adoption of a careful attitude in handling cases of individual comrades, neither glossing things over nor doing harm to comrades, is a sign that our party is vigorous and flourishing. To treat all questions analytically, do not negate everything. The question concerning the line of the central leadership during the period from the 4th plenary session to the Xunyi meeting, 3 for example, should be analyzed from two aspects. It should be pointed out on the one hand that the political tactics, the military tactics and the Cotter's policy which the central leading body adopted during that period were wrong in their main aspects, but on the other hand that on such fundamental issues as opposing Chiang Kai-shek and carrying on the agrarian revolution and the struggle of the Red Army there was no dispute between ourselves and the comrades who committed errors. And even the tactical side needs to be analyzed. On the land question, for instance, their error consisted in the ultra-left policy of allotting no land to the landlords and poor land to the rich peasants, but these comrades were at one with us on confiscating the land of the landlords for distribution among peasants who had little or no land. Concrete analysis of concrete conditions, Lenin said, is the most essential thing in Marxism, the living soul of Marxism. For lacking an analytical approach, many of our comrades do not want to go deeply into complex matters, to analyze and study them over and over again, but like to draw simple conclusions which are either absolutely affirmative or absolutely negative. The fact that our newspapers are lacking in analytical articles and that the habit of analysis is not yet fully cultivated in the party shows that there are such shortcomings. From now on we should remedy the state of affairs. 3. On the discussion of the documents of the 6th National Congress of the party. It should be stated that the line of the 6th National Congress was basically correct, since that Congress defined the character of the present revolution as bourgeois democratic, defined the situation at that time as an interval between two revolutionary high tides, repudiated opportunism and putschism and promulgated the 10-point program. 5. All this was correct. The Congress also had its defects. For instance, among its other shortcomings or mistakes, it failed to point out the very protracted nature of the Chinese Revolution and the very great importance of rural base areas in the revolution. Nonetheless, the 6th National Congress played a progressive role in the history of our party. 4. On the question of whether the Provisional Central Leadership that was formed in Shanghai in 1931 and the 5th Plenary Session 6 which it subsequently convened were legal or not. The Central Committee holds that both were legal, but it should be stated that the procedures for the election were inadequate and that this case should be taken as a historical lesson. 5. On the question of factions in the history of the party. It should be stated that as a result of the series of changes since the Zunyi meeting the factions which formerly existed and played an unwholesome role in the history of our party no longer exist. In our present study of the two lines within the party, it is absolutely necessary to point out that those factions did exist and did play an unwholesome role. But it would be wrong to think that factions with the same erroneous political programs and organizational forms still exist in the party. After all the changes brought about by so many inter-party struggles, the Zunyi meeting of January 1935, the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee in October 1938, the enlarged session of the Political Bureau in September 1941, 7. The party-wide rectification movement in 1942 and the campaign begun in the winter of 1943 for the study of the past struggles between the two lines within the party. The old factions are gone. What is left is only the remnants of dogmatist and empiricist ideology, which can be overcome by continuing and intensifying our rectification movement. But what still exists in our party to a serious extent, and almost everywhere, is a more or less blind mountain stronghold mentality. 8. For instance, there is a lack of mutual understanding, mutual respect, and unity among comrades of different units, which arises from differences in their background of struggle, differences in the areas in which they work, as between one base area and another and as between the Japanese occupied areas, the Kuomintang areas and the revolutionary base areas, and differences in their departments of work, as between one army unit and another and as between one kind of work and another. This phenomenon seems quite commonplace, but in fact it seriously obstructs the unity of the party and the growth of its fighting capacity. The social and historical roots of the mountain stronghold mentality lie in the fact that the Chinese petty bourgeoisie is particularly large and that for a long period our rural base areas have been cut off from one another by the enemy, while the subjective cause is the insufficiency of inter-party education. The important task now confronting us is to point out these causes, to persuade our comrades to get rid of their blindness and raise the level of their political awareness, to break down the ideological barriers that separate comrades and to promote mutual understanding and respect, so as to bring about unity throughout the party. A clear understanding of these questions by the whole party will not only assure the success of our present course of study within the party, but will also assure the victory of the Chinese Revolution. 2. The present situation has two characteristics. One is that the anti-fascist front is growing stronger and the fascist front is declining, and the second is that within the anti-fascist front the people's forces are growing stronger and the anti-popular forces are declining. The first characteristic is quite obvious and can readily be seen. Hitler will be defeated before long, and the Japanese aggressors, too, are heading for defeat. The second characteristic is not so obvious and cannot readily be seen, but it is daily becoming more manifest in Europe, in Britain and the United States and in China. The growth of the people's forces in China has to be explained with our party as the center of the picture. The growth of our party during the War of Resistance against Japan can be divided into three stages. The first stage was from 1937 to 1940. In 1937 and 1938, the first 2 years of this stage, the Japanese militarists took the Kuomintang seriously and the Communist Party lightly, therefore they threw their main forces against the Kuomintang front, and, in their policy towards the Kuomintang, military attack was primary and political blandishments to bring about capitulation were supplementary. They did not take the communist-led anti-Japanese base areas seriously, believing that these amounted to only a handful of communists engaged in guerrilla actions. But after occupying Wuhan in October 1938, the Japanese imperialists began to change their policy and to take the Communist Party seriously and the Kuomintang lightly. In their policy towards the Kuomintang, political blandishments to bring about capitulation became primary and military attack supplementary, while at the same time they gradually shifted their main forces to deal with the communists. For the Japanese imperialists now felt it was no longer the Kuomintang, but the Communist Party, that was to be feared. In 1937 and 1938, the Kuomintang put rather more effort into the War of Resistance. Its relations with our party were comparatively good and it permitted rather more freedom, although imposing many restrictions on the people's anti-Japanese movement. After the fall of Wuhan, however, because of its defeats in the war and its increasing hostility towards the Communist Party, the Kuomintang gradually became more reactionary, more active against the communists and more passive in the war against Japan. In 1937, as a result of the setbacks in the Civil War period, the Communist Party had only about 40,000 organized members and an army of 30,000 men, hence it was taken lightly by the Japanese militarists. But by 1940 the party's membership had risen to 800,000, our army had grown to nearly 500,000 and the population of the base areas, including those paying grain tax only to us and those paying it both to us and to the Japanese and puppets, totaled about 100 million. In the course of several years our party had opened up such an extensive theater of war, namely, the liberated areas, that for no less than 5.5 years we were able to prevent any strategic offensive by the main forces of the Japanese invaders against the Kuomintang front, draw these forces around ourselves, extricate the Kuomintang from the crisis in its theater of war and maintain the protracted war of resistance. But during that stage some comrades in our party committed an error. They underestimated Japanese imperialism, and so did not see the protracted and ruthless nature of the war, maintained that mobile warfare with large formations should be primary and belittled guerrilla warfare, placed reliance on the Kuomintang, and failed to pursue an independent policy soberly, hence their capitulationism towards the Kuomintang and their vacillation in applying the policy of boldly and freely arousing the masses to establish anti-Japanese democratic base areas behind the enemy lines and greatly expanding the armed forces led by our party. Meanwhile our party had recruited large numbers of new members who were still inexperienced, and all the base areas in the enemy's rear were newly established and not yet consolidated. During this stage, a kind of conceit appeared within the party because of the favorable development of the general situation and the growth of our party and armed forces, and many members became swelled-headed. During this stage, however, we overcame the right deviation in the party and carried out an independent policy. We not only hit Japanese imperialism hard, created base areas and expanded the 8th Route and new 4th Armies, but also repulsed the first large-scale anti-communist onslaught by the Kuomintang. The years 1941 and 1942 formed the second stage. In order to prepare and prosecute the war against Britain and the United States, the Japanese imperialists more actively pursued the policy to which they had switched after the fall of Wuhan, the policy of concentrating on the Communist Party and not on the Kuomintang. They massed a still larger part of their main forces around all the communist-led base areas, conducted one mopping up operation after another, and executed the ruthless policy of burn all, kill all, loot all, concentrating their attacks on our party. As a result, in the 2 years 1941 to 42, our party was placed in an extremely difficult position. During this stage its base areas shrank in size, the population fell to under 50 million, the 8th Route Army was reduced to 300,000, the loss of cotters was very great, and our finances and economy were very heavily strained. Meanwhile, the Kuomintang, finding its hands free, moved against our party in 1,001 ways, unleashed its second large-scale anti-communist onslaught and attacked us in coordination with the Japanese imperialists. But this difficult position served to educate us communists and we learned many things. We learned how to combat the enemy's mopping up operations, his policy of nibbling our territory, his tightened public security campaign, 10 his policy of burn all, kill all, loot all, and his policy of extorting political recantations. We learned or began to learn how to carry out the 3/3 system in the state organs of the United Front, how to carry out the land policy, the rectification movement to correct our style of study, style in party relations and style of writing, the policy of better troops and simpler administration, the policy of unified leadership, the movement for supporting the government and cherishing the people, and the development of production. And we overcame many shortcomings, including the conceit of many people that had arisen during the first stage. Although our losses in the second stage were very heavy, we held our ground. We repulsed the offensives of the Japanese invaders on the one hand and the second large-scale anti-communist onslaught of the Kuomintang on the other. The Kuomintang's attacks on the Communist Party and the struggles we had to wage in self-defense gave rise to a kind of ultra-left deviation in the party, one example being the belief that Kuomintang communist cooperation would soon break down, with the result that excessive attacks were made on the landlords and unity with public figures outside the party was neglected. But we overcame this deviation also. In the struggle to counter the friction created by the Kuomintang we affirmed the principle of waging struggles on just grounds, to our advantage, and with restraint, and in united front work we pointed out the necessity of unity, struggle, unity through struggle. Thus we maintained the anti-Japanese National United Front throughout the country as well as in the base areas. The third stage extends from 1943 to the present. Our various policies have become more effective and, in particular, the rectification movement and the development of production have yielded results of a fundamental nature, thereby making our party invincible both ideologically and materially. Moreover, last year we learned, or began to learn, how to carry out our policy on the examination of the histories of cotters and our policy on combating secret agents. It is in those circumstances that our base areas have again expanded, that the population has risen to over 80 million, including those paying the grain tax only to us and those paying it both to us and to the Japanese and puppets, that our army has grown to 470,000 and our people's militia to 2,270,000, and that our party membership has reached 900,000 and more. In 1943 the Japanese militarists made no appreciable change in their policy towards China and continued to direct their main attacks at the Communist Party. For more than 3 years, from 1941 to the present, over 60% of the Japanese troops in China have been pressing hard on the anti-Japanese base areas led by our party. During these years the several 100,000 Kuomintang troops who were left behind the enemy lines have been unable to withstand the blows of Japanese imperialism, about half surrendered, about half were wiped out, and only a small number survived and withdrew. Those Kuomintang troops who surrendered have turned and attacked our party, which has consequently had to resist over 90% of the puppet troops. The Kuomintang has only had to resist less than 40% of the Japanese forces and less than 10% of the puppet troops. For fully 5.5 years since the fall of Wuhan in October 1938, the Japanese militarists have not launched a single strategic offensive on the Kuomintang front. There have been only a few relatively big operations, in Chekiangkiangsi, Changsha, Western Hebei, Southern Honan, and Changte, and even these were mere raids, while they concentrated their main attention on the anti-Japanese base areas led by our party. In this situation, the Kuomintang has pursued the policy of retreating into the mountains and watching others fight, simply staving off blows when the enemy advanced and looking on with folded arms when he withdrew. In 1943 the Kuomintang became even more reactionary in its domestic policy and made its third large-scale anti-communist onslaught, which we again repulsed. From 1943 to the spring of this year, the Japanese aggressors have been steadily losing ground in the Pacific theater. The United States has been intensifying its counter-offensive, and now, in the West, Hitler is tottering under the heavy blows of the Soviet Red Army. In an effort to avert their doom, the Japanese imperialists have conceived the idea of forcing the Peeping-Hankow and Hankow-Canton railways open for through traffic and, since they have not yet succeeded in their policy of inducing the Kuomintang in Chungking to capitulate, they have found it necessary to deal it another blow, hence their plan for a large-scale offensive on the Kuomintang front this year. The Honan Campaign 11 has been going on for over a month. The enemy forces there amount to only a few divisions, yet several 100,000 Kuomintang troops have collapsed without a battle, and only the troops of miscellaneous brands have been able to put up some sort of fight. In Tang An Po's command, utter disorder prevails, with the officers estranged from their men and the troops from the people, and more than 2/3 of his total forces have been lost. Likewise, the divisions which Hu Tsungnan dispatched to Honan collapsed at their first encounter with the enemy. This is wholly the result of the reactionary policies which the Kuomintang has rigorously enforced for the past few years. During the 5.5 years since the fall of Wuhan, the theater of war of the liberated areas led by the Communist Party has borne the brunt of resisting the main forces of the Japanese and puppets, and although there may be some change in the future, it can only be temporary because the Kuomintang, rendered utterly degenerate by its reactionary policy of passive resistance to Japan and active opposition to the Communists, is bound to suffer serious reverses. When that happens, our party's task in fighting the enemy and the puppets will become heavier still. What the Kuomintang has gained from looking on with folded arms for 5.5 years is the loss of its fighting capacity. What the Communist Party has gained from fighting and struggling hard for 5.5 years is the strengthening of its fighting capacity. This is what will decide China's destiny. Comrades can see for themselves that in the 7 years since July 1937 the People's Democratic Forces under the leadership of our party have gone through 3 phases: a rise, a decline, and a new rise. We have beaten back the ferocious attacks of the Japanese invaders, established extensive revolutionary base areas, greatly expanded the party and the army, repulsed 3 large-scale anti-communist onslaughts by the Kuomintang and overcome the erroneous right and left ideologies in the party, and the whole party has gained much valuable experience. This sums up our work over the past 7 years. Our present task is to prepare ourselves for a still greater responsibility. We must prepare to drive the Japanese invaders out of China, whatever the circumstances. To enable our party to shoulder this responsibility, we must further expand and consolidate our party, our army, and base areas, pay attention to work in the big cities and along the main lines of communication, and raise the work in the cities to a position of equal importance with that in the base areas. As for our work in the base areas, during the first stage these areas were greatly expanded but not consolidated, and so in the second stage they contracted as soon as they came under the heavy blows of the enemy. In the second stage all the anti-Japanese base areas led by our party went through a hard tempering process and improved greatly as compared with the first stage. The cadres and party members considerably advanced their ideological and political level, and learned many things they did not know before. But it takes time to clarify thinking and to study policy, and we have still much to learn. Our party is not yet sufficiently strong, not yet sufficiently united or consolidated, and so cannot yet take on greater responsibility than we now carry. From now on the problem is further to expand and consolidate our party, our army, and base areas in the continued prosecution of the war of resistance. This is the first indispensable item in our ideological and material preparation for the gigantic work of the future. Without this preparation, we shall not be able to drive out the Japanese invaders and liberate the whole of China. Our work in the big cities and along the main lines of communication has always been very inadequate. If now we do not strive to rally around our party the tens of millions of the toiling masses and other people oppressed by the Japanese imperialists in the big cities and along the main lines of communication, and do not prepare armed mass insurrections, our army and rural base areas will face all sorts of difficulties for lack of coordination with the cities. For more than 10 years we have been in the countryside and have had to encourage people to know the countryside well and to build the rural base areas. During these 10 years and more the task of preparing insurrections in the cities, as decided by the party's 6th National Congress, was not and could not have been carried out. But now it is different, and the resolution of the 6th National Congress will be carried out after the 7th National Congress. This Congress will probably be held soon and will discuss the problems of strengthening our work in the cities and winning nationwide victory. The Industrial Conference of the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region, now in session, is of great significance. In 1937 the number of factory workers in the border region was only 700, it increased to 7,000 by 1942 and is now 12,000. Those figures are not to be treated lightly. While we are in the base areas, we must learn how to administer the industry, commerce, and communications of big cities, or otherwise we shall not know what to do when the time comes. Thus the second indispensable item in our ideological and material preparation for the future is to organize for armed insurrections in the big cities and along the main lines of communication and to learn how to administer industry and commerce. Without this preparation too, we shall not be able to drive out the Japanese invaders and liberate the whole of China. 3. In order to win new victories we must call on our party cadres to get rid of the baggage and start up the machinery. To get rid of the baggage means to free our minds of many encumbrances. Many things may become baggage, may become encumbrances, if we cling to them blindly and uncritically. Let us take some illustrations. Having made mistakes, you may feel that, come what may, you are saddled with them and so become dispirited. If you have not made mistakes, you may feel that you are free from error and so become conceited. Lack of achievement in work may breed pessimism and depression, while achievement may breed pride and arrogance. A comrade with a short record of struggle may shirk responsibility on this account, while a veteran may become opinionated because of his long record of struggle. Worker and peasant comrades, because of pride in their class origin, may look down upon intellectuals, while intellectuals, because they have a certain amount of knowledge, may look down upon workers and peasants. Any specialized skill may be capitalized on and so may lead to arrogance and contempt of others. Even one's age may become ground for conceit. The young, because they are bright and capable, may look down upon the old, and the old, because they are rich in experience, may look down upon the young. All such things become encumbrances or baggage if there is no critical awareness. An important reason why some comrades are very lofty, isolating themselves from the masses and making repeated mistakes, is that they carry such baggage. Thus, a prerequisite for maintaining close links with the masses and making fewer mistakes is to examine one's baggage, to get rid of it and so emancipate the mind. There have been several occasions in the history of our party when great conceit manifested itself and we suffered in consequence. The first was in the early half of 1927. The Northern Expeditionary Army had reached Wuhan, and some comrades became so proud and overweening as to forget that the Kuomintang was about to assault us. The result was the error of the Chen-Tusia line, which brought defeat to the revolution. The second occasion was in 1930. Taking advantage of Chiang Kai-shek's large-scale war against Feng Yuxiang and Yan Xishan, the Red Army won a number of battles, and again some comrades became proud and overweening. The result was the error of the Li-Lisan line, again causing some losses to the revolutionary forces. The third occasion was in 1931. The Red Army had smashed the Kuomintang's third encirclement and suppression campaign and, immediately afterwards, faced with the Japanese invasion, the people throughout the country started the stormy and heroic anti-Japanese movement, and again some comrades became proud and overweening. The result was an even more serious error in the political line, which cost us about 90% of the revolutionary forces that we had built up with so much toil. The fourth occasion was in 1938. The War of Resistance had begun and the United Front had been established, and once again some comrades became proud and overweening. As a result they committed an error somewhat similar to the Chen-Tu-Siu line. This time the revolutionary work suffered serious damage in those places where the effects of those comrades' erroneous ideas were more especially pronounced. Comrades throughout the party should take warning from these instances of pride and error. Recently we have reprinted Kuo Mocho's essay on Li Zicheng, 13 so that comrades may also take warning from this story and not repeat the error of becoming conceited at the moment of success. To start up the machinery means to make good use of the organ of thought. Although some people carry no baggage and have the virtue of close contact with the masses, they fail to accomplish anything because they do not know how to think searchingly or are unwilling to use their brains to think much and think hard. Others refuse to use their brains because they are carrying baggage which cramps their intellect. Lenin and Stalin often advised people to use their brains, and we should give the same advice. This mechanism, the brain, has the special function of thinking. Mencius said, "The office of the mind is to think." 14. He defined the function of the brain correctly. We should always use our brains and think everything over carefully. A common saying goes, knit the brows and you will hit upon a stratagem. In other words, much thinking yields wisdom. In order to get rid of the practice of acting blindly which is so common in our party, we must encourage our comrades to think, to learn the method of analysis and to cultivate the habit of analysis. There is all too little of this habit in our party. If we get rid of our baggage and start up the machinery, if we march with light packs and know how to think hard, then we are sure to triumph. Serve the people. September 8, 1944. This speech was delivered by Comrade Mao Zedong at a memorial meeting for Comrade Chiang Kai-shek, held by departments directly under the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Our Communist Party and the 8th Route and New 4th Armies led by our party are battalions of the revolution. These battalions of ours are wholly dedicated to the liberation of the people and work entirely in the people's interests. Comrade Chiang Kai-shek was in the ranks of these battalions. All men must die, but death can vary in its significance. The ancient Chinese writer Sima Qian said, "Though death befalls all men alike, it may be weightier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather." To die for the people is weightier than Mount Tai, but to work for the fascists and die for the exploiters and oppressors is lighter than a feather. Comrade Chiang Kai-shek died for the people, and his death is indeed weightier than Mount Tai. If we have shortcomings, we are not afraid to have them pointed out and criticized, because we serve the people. Anyone, no matter who, may point out our shortcomings. If he is right, we will correct them. If what he proposes will benefit the people, we will act upon it. The idea of better troops and simpler administration was put forward by Mr. Li Tingming, who is not a communist. He made a good suggestion which is of benefit to the people, and we have adopted it. If, in the interests of the people, we persist in doing what is right and correct what is wrong, our ranks will surely thrive. We hail from all corners of the country and have joined together for a common revolutionary objective. And we need the vast majority of the people with us on the road to this objective. Today, we already lead base areas with a population of 91 million, but this is not enough. to liberate the whole nation more are needed. In times of difficulty we must not lose sight of our achievements, must see the bright future and must pluck up our courage. The Chinese people are suffering, it is our duty to save them and we must exert ourselves in struggle. Wherever there is struggle there is sacrifice, and death is a common occurrence. But we have the interests of the people and the sufferings of the great majority at heart, and when we die for the people it is a worthy death. Nevertheless, we should do our best to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Our cadres must show concern for every soldier, and all people in the revolutionary ranks must care for each other, must love and help each other. From now on, when anyone in our ranks who has done some useful work dies, be he soldier or cook, we should have a funeral ceremony and a memorial meeting in his honor. This should become the rule. And it should be introduced among the people as well. When someone dies in a village, let a memorial meeting be held. In this way we express our mourning for the dead and unite all the people. On Chiang Kai-shek's speech on the Double Tenth Festival. October 11, 1944. Comrade Mao Zedong wrote this commentary for the Xinhua news agency. One of the distinguishing features of Chiang Kai-shek's Double Tenth One speech is its utter lack of content and its failure to answer any of the questions about which the people are deeply concerned. Chiang Kai-shek declares that the enemy is not to be feared because there are still vast territories in the Great Rear area. So far the autocratic Kuomintang leaders have shown neither the desire nor the ability to introduce political reforms or keep the enemy at bay, and territory is the only capital they can fall back upon for resisting the enemy. But it is plain to all that without a correct policy and without human effort this capital is not enough, for Japanese imperialism is daily threatening the remaining territories. In all probability Chiang Kai-shek has acutely felt this threat, as is shown by the very fact that he is repeatedly assuring the people that no such threat exists and even says, in the 20 years since I founded the army at the Whampoa Military Academy, the revolutionary situation has never been so stable as at present. He also keeps repeating, we must not lose our self-confidence, which actually indicates loss of confidence among many people within the ranks of the Kuomintang and among many prominent public figures in the Kuomintang areas. Chiang Kai-shek has been casting about for some means to restore that confidence. But instead of looking for such means by examining his policy and work in the political, military, economic, and cultural fields, he resorts to the rejection of criticisms and the whitewashing of his mistakes. He says that all foreign observers are ignorant of the heart of the matter and that the babble of foreign criticism of our military and political affairs is entirely due to credulous acceptance of the rumors and tricks of the invaders and the Chinese collaborators. Curiously enough, such foreigners as Franklin D. Roosevelt as well as such Kuomintang members as Sun Qingling, many members of the People's Political Council, and all Chinese who are not devoid of conscience, disbelieve the plausible explanations offered by Chiang Kai-shek and his trusted followers and are also raising a babble of criticism of our military and political affairs. Chiang Kai-shek is annoyed, but not until this year's Double Tenth Festival did he succeed in discovering what he regards as a compelling argument, i.e., that these people believe the rumors and tricks of the invaders and the Chinese collaborators. So in his speech Chiang Kai-shek vehemently denounces these rumors and tricks of the invaders and the Chinese collaborators at great length. He fancies that, having made this denunciation, he can silence all the Chinese and foreigners. And anyone who again raises a babble of criticism of his military and political affairs will be put down as a willing believer of the rumors and tricks of the invaders and the Chinese collaborators. We consider Chiang Kai-shek's accusations ridiculous in the extreme. For the invaders and the Chinese collaborators have never criticized, but on the contrary have warmly applauded, the Kuomintang for its autocracy, its half-hearted prosecution of the war, its corruption and incompetence, and the fascist decrees and defeatist military orders of its government. Chiang Kai-shek's China's Destiny, a book which has met with general disapproval, has won sincere and repeated praise from the Japanese imperialists. The invaders and the Chinese collaborators have never said a word about reorganization of the national government and its supreme command, because it is their cherished wish that this government and supreme command which keep on oppressing the people and losing battles will be preserved. Is it not a fact that Chiang Kai-shek and his group have always been the target of Japanese inducements to surrender? Is it not also a fact that of the two slogans originally put forward by the Japanese imperialists, one, annihilate the Kuomintang, has been dropped long ago, and only the other, oppose the communists, remains? To this very moment the Japanese imperialists have not declared war on the Kuomintang government, and no state of war, so they say, exists between Japan and the Kuomintang government. To this very moment the invaders and the Chinese collaborators are taking good care of the property of the Kuomintang bigwigs in Shanghai, Nanking, Ningpo, etc. The enemy chieftain Shuiroku Hata has sent his representatives to offer sacrifices at Chiang Kai-shek's ancestral tombs at Fenghua. In Shanghai and elsewhere, emissaries secretly dispatched by Chiang Kai-shek's trusted followers are maintaining almost uninterrupted contact and carrying on clandestine negotiations with the Japanese invaders. Those contacts and negotiations become more frequent whenever the Japanese intensify their offensives. Aren't all these things facts? Are those who raise a babble of criticism of the military and political affairs of Chiang Kai-shek and his group really ignorant of the heart of the matter, or are they on the contrary only too well acquainted with it? After all, where is the heart of the matter to be found, in the rumors and tricks of the invaders and the Chinese collaborators, or in Chiang Kai-shek himself and his own group? In another statement in his speech, Chiang Kai-shek denies that civil war will break out in China. But he adds, certainly no one will ever again dare to rebel against the Republic and sabotage the war of resistance, as Wang Qingwei and his like have done. Here Chiang Kai-shek is seeking, and has in fact found, an excuse for civil war. Any Chinese whose memory is not too short will remember that in 1941, at the very moment when the betrayers of China were ordering the disbandment of the new Fourth Army and the Chinese people were rising to avert the crisis of civil war, Chiang Kai-shek made a speech in which he said that there would never be any war to suppress the communists and that, should there be a war, it would only be a punitive one to put down rebels. Those who have read China's Destiny will also remember Chiang Kai-shek's remark that the Communist Party of China was in league with Wang Qingwei in 1927 during the period of the Wuhan government. In the resolutions of the 11th plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee in 1943, an 8-word label was attached to the Chinese Communist Party, sabotaging the war of resistance and endangering the state. After reading his present speech, one feels that the danger of civil war not only exists but is actually growing. From now on the Chinese people should firmly bear in mind that one fine morning Chiang Kai-shek will order a punitive expedition against so-called rebels and that the charge will be rebellion against the Republic, sabotaging the war of resistance, and doing what Wang Qingwei and his like have done. Chiang is good at playing this game. He is no good at denouncing as rebels people like Pang Ping-soon, Sun Liang-cheng, and Chen Xiao-chang III or at launching punitive expeditions against them, but he is very good at denouncing as rebels the new Fourth Army in central China and the Dare to Die Corps 4 in Shanxi and is exceptionally good at launching punitive expeditions against them. The Chinese people must not forget that, while proclaiming that he will not fight a civil war, Chiang Kai-shek has already dispatched 775,000 troops who are now engaged exclusively in encircling or attacking the 8th Route Army, the new 4th Army and the People's Guerrillas in southern China. Chiang Kai-shek's speech has nothing to show on the positive side, and he has in no way met the Chinese people's eager desire to strengthen the anti-Japanese front. On the negative side, the speech is fraught with dangerous possibilities. His attitude is becoming more and more anomalous, as witness his stubborn opposition to the people's demand for political change, his bitter hatred of the Chinese Communist Party and his hint at a pretext for the anti-communist civil war he is preparing. However, he will succeed in none of his schemes. Unless he is willing to mend his ways, he will be lifting a rock only to drop it on his own toes. We sincerely hope he will change his ways, because his present course of action will get him absolutely nowhere. Since he has proclaimed that a greater latitude will be allowed to the voicing of opinions, 5. He should not stifle the babble of criticism by threatening people with the slander that they are willingly accepting the rumors and tricks of the invaders and the Chinese collaborators. Since he has proclaimed that the period of political tutelage will be shortened, he should not reject the demand for reorganizing the government and the supreme command. Since he has proclaimed that the communist problem should be solved politically, he should not again seek a pretext for preparing civil war. The United Front in Cultural Work. October 30, 1944. This speech was delivered by Comrade Mao Zedong at a conference of cultural and educational workers of the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region. The purpose of all our work is the overthrow of Japanese imperialism. Like Hitler, Japanese imperialism is approaching its doom. But we must continue our efforts, for only so can we achieve its final overthrow. In our work the war comes first, then production, then cultural work. An army without culture is a dull-wit army, and a dull-wit army cannot defeat the enemy. The culture of the liberated areas already has its progressive side, but it still has a backward side. The liberated areas already have a new culture, a people's culture, but a good many vestiges of feudalism survive. Among the 1,500,000 people of the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region there are more than 1 million illiterates, there are 2,000 practitioners of witchcraft, and the broad masses are still under the influence of superstition. These are enemies inside the minds of the people. It is often more difficult to combat the enemies inside people's minds than to fight Japanese imperialism. We must call on the masses to arise in struggle against their own illiteracy, superstitions, and unhygienic habits. For this struggle a broad united front is indispensable. And this united front has to be particularly broad in a place like the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region, which has a sparse population, poor communications, and a low cultural base to start from, and in addition is fighting a war. Hence, in our education we must have not only regular primary and secondary schools but also scattered, irregular village schools, newspaper reading groups, and literacy classes. Not only must we have schools of the modern type but we must also utilize and transform the old-style village schools. In the arts, we must have not only modern drama but also the Shenzi opera and the Yanko dance. Not only must we have new Shenzi operas and new Yanko dances, but we must also utilize and gradually transform the old opera companies and the old Yanko troupes, which comprise % of all Yanko troupes. This approach is even more necessary in the field of medicine. In the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region the human and animal mortality rates are both very high, and at the same time many people still believe in witchcraft. In such circumstances, to rely solely on modern doctors is no solution. Of course, modern doctors have advantages over doctors of the old type, but if they do not concern themselves with the sufferings of the people, do not train doctors for the people, do not unite with the 1,000 and more doctors and veterinarians of the old type in the border region and do not help them to make progress, then they will actually be helping the witch doctors and showing indifference to the high human and animal mortality rates. There are two principles for the United Front, the first is to unite, and the second is to criticize, educate, and transform. In the United Front, capitulationism is wrong, and so is sectarianism with its exclusiveness and contempt for others. Our task is to unite with all intellectuals, artists, and doctors of the old type who can be useful, to help them, convert them, and transform them. In order to transform them, we must first unite with them. If we do it properly, they will welcome our help. Our culture is a people's culture, our cultural workers must serve the people with great enthusiasm and devotion, and they must link themselves with the masses, not divorce themselves from the masses. In order to do so, they must act in accordance with the needs and wishes of the masses. All work done for the masses must start from their needs and not from the desire of any individual, however well-intentioned. It often happens that objectively the masses need a certain change, but subjectively they are not yet conscious of the need, not yet willing or determined to make the change. In such cases, we should wait patiently. We should not make the change until, through our work, most of the masses have become conscious of the need and are willing and determined to carry it out. Otherwise we shall isolate ourselves from the masses. Unless they are conscious and willing, Any kind of work that requires their participation will turn out to be a mere formality and will fail. The saying haste does not bring success does not mean that we should not make haste, but that we should not be impetuous. Impetuosity leads only to failure. This is true in any kind of work, and particularly in the cultural and educational work, the aim of which is to transform the thinking of the masses. There are two principles here: one is the actual needs of the masses rather than what we fancy they need, and the other is the wishes of the masses, who must make up their own minds instead of our making up their minds for them. We must learn to do economic work. January 10, 1945. Comrade Mao Zedong delivered this speech at a conference of labor heroes and model workers of the Shenzi-Kansu-Ningxia border region. Heroes of labor and model workers. You have attended this conference and summed up your experience. We all welcome you and honor you. You have 3 good qualities and you play 3 roles. First, the role of initiators. In other words, by your outstanding efforts and your numerous innovations you have made your work a model for others, raising standards and inspiring others to learn from you. Second, the role of backbone. Most of you are not yet codders, but you have become the backbone, the hardcore of the masses. With you, it is easier to push our work forward. In the future you may become codders, at present you are codders in reserve. Third, the role of a bridge. You are a bridge between the leadership and the broad masses. Through you the opinions of the masses are transmitted to the leadership and vice versa. You have many good qualities and have rendered great service, but you must always remember not to become conceited. You are respected by all, and quite rightly, but this easily leads to conceit. If you become conceited, if you are not modest and cease to exert yourselves, and if you do not respect others, do not respect the codders and the masses, then you will cease to be heroes and models. There have been such people in the past, and I hope you will not follow their example. This conference has summed up your experience. The summary is a very good one and is applicable in the other liberated areas as well. However, I am not going to dwell upon that. I should just like to say a few words about our economic work. In the past few years we have begun to learn how to do economic work and we have achieved substantial successes in this field, but it is still only a beginning. We must see to it that within 2 or 3 years the Shenzi-Kansu-Ningxia border region and the liberated areas in the enemy's rear are completely or largely self-supporting in grain and manufactured goods, and even have a surplus. We must achieve still greater successes in agriculture, industry, and trade. Only then can we regard ourselves as having learned more about economic work and as having learned to do it better. In places where there is no improvement in the living conditions of the troops and the people, where the material foundations for the counter-offensive remain unstable and agriculture, industry, and trade stagnate or even decline instead of expanding year by year, it is evident that the personnel of the party, government, and army have not learned how to do economic work, and great difficulties will undoubtedly be encountered. There is one point I must again bring to everybody's attention, namely, that our ideas should be adapted to our immediate environment. Our immediate environment is rural. It would seem that nobody has any doubt on that score, for who does not know that we are living in the countryside? Yet actually, that is not the case. Many comrades do not understand the countryside at all, or at any rate not profoundly, although they live there and imagine they understand it. They do not proceed from the fact that our environment is the countryside, which is based on individual economy, cut up by the enemy and involved in guerrilla warfare, and the result is that their handling of political, military, economic, and cultural problems, or of party matters and the workers, peasants, youth, and women's movements is often incorrect or only partially correct. They approach rural affairs from an urban viewpoint and often run their heads against a brick wall because they draw up many inappropriate plans subjectively and enforce them arbitrarily. In recent years our comrades have made much progress, thanks both to the rectification campaign and to the failures they have met with in their work. But we must still take care to adapt our ideas fully to our environment before we can obtain results in every field of work and do so quickly. If we truly understand the fact that the rural base areas in which we find ourselves are founded on individual economy, cut up by the enemy and involved in guerrilla warfare and make it the starting point in everything we do, then the pertinent question is, how do our results, which may seem slow and unspectacular, compare with the results of taking some other starting point, for instance, the urban viewpoint? Far from being slow, they are actually quite fast. For if we were to start from the urban viewpoint and depart from our present-day realities, the question would be not of getting fast or slow results, but of running into endless snags and getting no results at all. Clear proof of this fact is provided by the great success of the present form of the army and civilian production drive we have promoted. We want to hit the Japanese aggressors hard and make preparations for seizing the cities and recovering our lost territories. But how can we attain this aim, situated as we are in a countryside founded on individual economy, cut up by the enemy and involved in guerrilla warfare? We cannot imitate the Kuomintang, which does not lift a finger itself but depends entirely on foreigners even for such necessities as cotton cloth. We stand for self-reliance. We hope for foreign aid but cannot be dependent on it. We depend on our own efforts, on the creative power of the whole army and the entire people. But how do we go about it? By launching large-scale production campaigns simultaneously among the troops and the people. Since we are in the countryside, where manpower and material resources are scattered, we have adopted the policy of unified leadership and decentralized management for production and supply. Since we are in the countryside, where the peasants are scattered individual producers employing backward means of production and where most of the land is still owned by landlords and the peasants are subjected to feudal rent exploitation, we have adapted the policies of reducing rent and interest and of organizing mutual aid in labor to heighten the peasants' enthusiasm for production and to increase the productivity of agricultural labor. Rent reduction has heightened the peasants' enthusiasm in production and mutual aid has increased the productivity of agricultural labor. I have obtained data from various places in northern and central China, all of which show that after rent reduction the peasants take much greater interest in production and are willing to organize mutual aid groups like our labor exchange teams here, in which the productivity of 3 persons now equals that of 4 in the past. That being the case, 90 million people can do as much as 120 million. There are also instances of 2 persons doing what used to require the effort of 3. If instead of coercion and commandism, which are self-defeating because of their quest for quick results, we adopt a policy of patiently persuading people by setting them good examples, then it will be possible for the majority of the peasants to be organized into mutual aid groups for agricultural and handicraft production in the next few years. Once such production groups become the usual practice, not only will output increase and all kinds of innovations emerge, but there will also be political progress, a higher educational level, progress in hygiene, a remolding of loafers and a change in social customs, and it will not take long before the implements of production will be improved, too. With all this happening, our rural society will gradually be rebuilt on new foundations. If our cadres carefully study the sphere of work and most energetically help the rural people develop campaigns for production, there will be a plentiful supply of grain and other necessities in the countryside within a few years, and we shall be able not only to keep up the war and cope with crop failures but also to maintain a large reserve of grain and other necessities for future use. We should organize the army units and the government and other organizations as well as the peasants for production. Since we are in the countryside, which is constantly ravaged by the enemy and involved in protracted war, it is imperative for the army units and the government and other organizations to engage in production. And it is possible for them to do so because the guerrilla fighting is scattered over a wide area. Besides, the troops and government personnel in our Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region are very numerous in proportion to the total population, and they will go hungry if they themselves do not engage in production, while on the other hand the people will go hungry if too much is taken from them and the burden is too heavy for them to bear. These are the reasons why we are resolved to launch a large-scale production campaign. Take the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region, for instance. The annual requirements of the Army units and the government and other organizations total 260,000 ten, here 1 ten equals 300 chin, of husked grain, millet, of which they get 160,000 from the people and produce the rest themselves. If they did not engage in production themselves, either they or the people would go hungry. Thanks to our production campaigns, we are free from hunger, and in fact the troops and the people are quite well fed. With the exception of grain, clothing, and bedding, government and other organizations in the border region are self-supporting in most their needs, and some units are entirely self-supporting. Many units are partially self-supporting even in grain, clothing, and bedding. The achievements of the Army units of the border region are even greater. Many are entirely self-supporting in grain, clothing, bedding, and every other essential, that is, they are 100% self-supporting and draw nothing from the government. This is the highest standard, the top grade, and it has been attained gradually over a period of several years. This standard cannot be adopted at the front, where fighting has to be done. There a second and a third standard may be set up. The second standard requires that except for grain, clothing, and bedding, which are supplied by the government, self-sufficiency through production should be achieved in the following items: cooking oil, 0.5 liang per person per day, salt, 0.5 liang per person per day, vegetables, 1 to 1.5 chin per person per day, and meat, 1 to 2 chin per person per month. The purchase of fuel, office supplies, and miscellaneous items, subsidies for education and health, expenditures for the cleaning of weapons, and for the provision of tobacco, shoes, socks, gloves, towels, toothbrushes, etc., these items amounting in all to some 50% of the total expenditure. This standard can be gradually attained in 2 or 3 years. In some places it has already been attained. This standard may be adapted in the stable base areas. The third standard applies to outlying districts and to the guerrilla zones where 50% self-sufficiency is not possible, but 15 to 25% may be. Reaching this standard is good enough there. In short, apart from those in exceptional circumstances, all Army units and government and other organizations must engage in production in the intervals between fighting, training, or work. In addition to using such intervals for collective production, they should organize some of their personnel specifically for production, assigning them to run farms, vegetable gardens, pastures, workshops, small factories, transport teams and cooperatives, or to grow grain and vegetables in partnership with the peasants. In our present circumstances, every organization or army unit should establish its own domestic economy to tide over the difficulties. Unwillingness to do so is a characteristic of loafers and is disgraceful. To stimulate production, we should also institute a system of individual bonuses, graded according to the quality of the work, for all who participate in it directly. Further, as the effective way of pushing the work forward, the head of each organization must assume responsibility and personally take part, and must apply the method of linking the leading group with the masses and the general call with particular and specific guidance. Some people say that if the army units go in for production, they will be unable to train or fight, and that if the government and other organizations do so, they will be unable to do their own work. This is a false argument. In recent years, our army units in the border region have undertaken production on a big scale to provide themselves with ample food and clothing, and have simultaneously done their training and conducted their political studies and literacy and other courses much more successfully than before, and there is greater unity than ever within the army and between the army and the people. While there was a large-scale production campaign at the front last year, great successes were gained in the fighting, and in addition an extensive training campaign was started. And thanks to production, the personnel of the government and other organizations live a better life and work with greater devotion and efficiency. This is the case both in the border region and at the front. Thus it can be seen that in the context of guerrilla warfare in rural areas, those army units and government and other organizations which undertake production for self-support show greater energy and activity in their fighting, training, and work, and improve their discipline and their unity both internally and with the civilians. Production for self-support is the outcome of our country's protracted guerrilla war, and this is our glory. Once we master it, no material difficulty can daunt us. We shall grow in vigor and energy year by year and become stronger with every battle. We shall overwhelm the enemy and have no fear of his overwhelming us. Here another point must be called to the attention of our comrades at the front. Some of our recently established areas are fairly rich in material resources and, counting on this, the cotters there are unwilling either to economize or to engage in production. This is very bad, and they are bound to suffer for it later. Wherever we happen to be, we must treasure our manpower and material resources, and must not take a short view and indulge in wastefulness and extravagance. Wherever we are, from the very first year of our work we must bear in mind the many years to come, the protracted war that must be maintained, the counter-offensive, and the work of reconstruction after the enemy's expulsion. On the one hand, never be wasteful or extravagant, on the other, actively expand production. Previously, in some places people suffered a great deal because they did not take the long view and neglected economy in manpower and material resources and the expansion of production. The lesson is there and attention must be called to it. As regards manufactured goods, the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region has decided to become completely self-supporting in cotton, cotton yarn, cotton cloth, iron, paper, and many other things within 2 years. We must grow, manufacture, and supply whatever is not produced here or is produced only in small quantities, and must not depend on the outside at all. The whole task is to be accomplished by the public, private, and cooperative enterprises. For all items, we demand not only quantity but also quality, that is, they must stand wear and tear. The border region government, the Joint Defense Headquarters of the 8th Route Army and the Northwest Bureau of the Central Committee of the Party are absolutely right in giving close attention to these matters. I hope that the same thing will be done in all places at the front. In many places it is already being done, and I wish them success. In our border region and the other liberated areas, it will take another 2 or 3 years for us to learn every branch of economic work. The day when we grow all or most of our own grain, manufacture all or most of our own goods and thus are completely or mainly self-supporting and even have a surplus will also be the day when we have mastered every branch of economic work in the countryside. After we have cleared the cities of the enemy, we shall be able to take up new branches of economic work. We must exert ourselves and learn, because China depends on us for her reconstruction. Production is also possible in the guerrilla zones. January 31, 1945. Comrade Mao Zedong wrote thus editorial for the Liberation Daily, Yan'an. It is already admitted and there is no longer any doubt that production campaigns can and must be conducted in the army and among the people in the relatively stable bases of the liberated areas behind the enemy lines. But whether they can be conducted in the guerrilla zones and in the furthermost areas behind the enemy lines has not yet been settled in many people's minds for want of proof. But now we have proof. In 1944 production was undertaken on a considerable scale in many guerrilla zones and with excellent results, according to Comrade Chiang Ping-Kai's report on the production campaign of the guerrilla units in the Shanxi-Shahar-Hopi border area, published in the Liberation Daily of January 28. The districts and units listed in his report are, in Central Hopi, the 6th sub-region, the 4th district contingent of the 2nd sub-region, the 8th district contingent of the 4th sub-region, the Sushui Tingshan detachment, the Baoding Manchinj detachment and the Yunpyo detachment, and in Shanxi, the troops in the counties of Taixien and Kachsin. Conditions in those areas are most unfavorable. The place bristles with enemy and puppet strongpoints and blockhouses and is crisscrossed with ditches, walls and roads, and taking advantage of his military superiority and communication facilities, the enemy often launches surprise attacks and encirclement and mopping up campaigns against us. Under such conditions the guerrilla units often have to shift their positions several times a day. Nevertheless, the guerrilla units have managed to carry on production in the intervals between fighting. The results are: everybody is now better fed. Each person has 0.5 liang of cooking oil and salt and 1 chin of vegetables per day, and 1.5 chin of meat per month. Furthermore, toothbrushes, tooth powder and reading primers, which for years were unavailable, are now all provided. Just look. Who says that production is not possible in guerrilla zones? Many people claim that there is no spare land in the densely populated areas. Is there really no spare land? Again, please look at the Shanxi Shahar Hopi border area. First, the land problem has been settled in accordance with the policy of giving primary attention to agriculture. They use 9 methods in all: 1. Raising walls and filling in ditches used by the enemy for blockade purposes; 2. Destroying motor roads the enemy may use and planting crops along them; 3. Making use of small pieces of waste land; 4. Helping the people's militia by providing armed protection when, on moonlit nights, crops are planted in the fields around the blockhouses in defiance of the enemy; 5. Plowing the fields in partnership with peasants who are short of labor power; 6. Plowing the fields around the enemy's strongpoints or blockhouses more or less openly, using soldiers dressed as peasants; 7. Making use of river banks by building dikes, removing the sand and turning the banks into fields; 8. Helping peasants bring dry land under irrigation; and 9. Helping in the farm work in every village in which they are active. But if agriculture is possible, perhaps handicrafts and other production remain impossible? Is that actually the case? Please look at the Shanxi Shahar Hopi border area. The troops in the vicinity of the enemy's blockade lines or blockade ditches do not confine their production to agriculture but, as in the stable areas, have also developed handicrafts and transport. The 4th District contingent has set up a felt cap workshop, an oil press and a flour mill, and in 7 months has netted a profit of 500,000 yuan in local currency. Not only has it settled its own difficulties but it is satisfying the needs of the people in its guerrilla zone. The soldiers can now provide all their own woolen sweaters and socks. Since military operations are so frequent in the guerrilla zones, perhaps fighting is affected if the troops engage in production? Is that really so? Please look at the Shanxi Shahar Hopi border area. Applying the principle of integrating labor power and armed strength, they give equal importance to the tasks of production and fighting. And take, for instance, the 4th District contingent of the 2nd sub-region. When they began their spring plowing, they sent a special detachment to attack the enemy and at the same time launched a powerful political offensive. Precisely because of this, there was greater activity in the military sphere, too, and the combat effectiveness of the troops increased. From February to early September this small detachment fought 71 encounters, took the strongholds of Shidungjie, Shangchuang, Yechuang, Fengqiashai and Yaidu, inflicted 165 casualties on the enemy and puppet troops, and captured 91 puppet soldiers, 3 light machine guns and 101 rifles and pistols. And coordinating military activity with propaganda for extensive production, they immediately launched a political offensive with the watchword, "Smash anyone who tries to wreck the great production drive." In the county towns of Taixian and Quaxian the enemy asked the inhabitants, "Why has the 8th Route Army become so tough recently?" They replied, "Because you are trying to wreck the great production drive in the border area." The puppet troops said to one another, "Better not go out while they are carrying out this great production drive." Is it possible to get the people in the guerrilla zones to launch a production campaign too? Are the peasants interested in increasing production in such zones, where rents have perhaps not yet been reduced or the rent reduction has not been thorough? This has been answered in the affirmative in the Shanxi Shahar Hopi border area. Furthermore, the troops in the vicinity of the enemy's blockade lines or blockade ditches give direct help to the local people by spreading the production campaign. On the one hand, they provide armed protection for the masses engaged in production and, on the other, they render extensive help by their labor. Some units have made it a rule to assign 50% of their manpower to provide free help for the masses during the busy farming seasons. Thus, the enthusiasm of the masses for production has become very much greater, the relations between the army and the people have become still more harmonious, and the masses have enough to eat? Hence the sympathy and support of the masses in the guerrilla zones for the Communist Party and the Eighth Route Army have grown. All doubts have thus been answered as to whether the army and the people in the guerrilla zones can and must conduct large-scale production campaigns. We demand of all party, government, and army cadres in the liberated areas, and especially in the guerrilla zones, that they should attain full comprehension of this point, for once the can and the must are understood, production will be set going everywhere. It was precisely from this point that the start was made in the Shanxi-Shahar-Hopi border area. In the production campaign, the troops in the vicinity of the enemy's blockade lines or blockade ditches were not only able to fulfill their production plan on schedule in the short space of 5 months, but what is more, they introduced a number of practical innovations. This was because the cadres reorientated their thinking, paid serious attention to production and to integrating labor power with armed strength, and brought forward labor heroes and model workers from among the masses, 66 labor heroes and model workers according to a preliminary summing up. In 1945, the liberated areas must carry out a bigger army and civilian production campaign than ever before through the united efforts of all, and in the coming winter we shall compare the achievements of all the areas. War is not only a military and political contest but also an economic contest. In order to defeat the Japanese aggressors, in addition to all the other tasks, we must apply ourselves to economic work and must master it within 2 or 3 years. In the present year, 1945, we must achieve greater results than ever before. This is what the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party eagerly expects of all our cadres and all the people throughout the liberated areas, and we hope this objective will be attained. China's 2 possible destinies. April 23, 1945. This was the opening speech at the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. Comrades, the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China opens today. What is the significance of our Congress? It is a Congress, it should be said, that affects the destiny of China's 450 million people. China can have one of 2 destinies. Someone has written a book about one of them. One, our Congress represents China's other destiny, and we, too, shall write a book about it. 2. The aim of our Congress is the overthrow of Japanese imperialism and the liberation of all the people of China. Ours is a Congress for the defeat of the Japanese aggressors and the building of a new China, for final victory through the unity of all the Chinese people and of the peoples of the whole world. The times are very favorable. In Europe, Hitler will soon be overthrown. The chief theater of the world anti-fascist war is in the West, where the fighting will soon end in victory, thanks to the efforts of the Soviet Red Army. The guns of the Red Army can already be heard in Berlin, which will probably fail before long. In the East, too, victory in the war to overthrow Japanese imperialism is nigh. Our Congress is meeting on the eve of final victory in the anti-fascist war. 2 roads lie before the Chinese people, the road of light and the road of darkness. 2 possible destinies await China, a destiny of light and a destiny of darkness. Japanese imperialism has not yet been defeated. But even after its defeat, the 2 prospects will still confront us. Either a China which is independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and strong, that is, a China full of light, a new China whose people have won liberation, or a China which is semi-colonial, semi-feudal, divided, poor and weak, that is, the old China. The new China or the old China, these are the 2 prospects facing the Chinese people, the Communist Party of China and our present Congress. Since Japan is not yet defeated and since the 2 prospects will still face us even after its defeat, how should we set about our work? What is our task? Our sole task is boldly to mobilize the masses, expand the people's forces and unite all the forces of the nation capable of being united in order to struggle under our party's leadership to defeat the Japanese aggressors and build a bright new China, a China that is independent, free, united, prosperous and strong. We must strive with all our might for a bright future, a destiny of light, and against a dark future, a destiny of darkness. This is our one and only task. Indeed, it is the task of our Congress, of our whole party, and of all the people of China. Is it possible for our hopes to be realized? We believe it is. The possibility exists, because we already enjoy the following conditions. 1. A powerful communist party with rich experience and a membership of 1,210,000. 2. Powerful liberated areas with a population of 95,500,000, an army of 910,000 and a militia of 2,200,000. 3. The support of the masses throughout the country. 4. The support of the people of all countries, and especially of the Soviet Union. With these conditions, a powerful communist party, powerful liberated areas, the support of the masses throughout the country and the support of the people of the world, can our hopes be realized? We believe they can. China has never enjoyed these conditions before. Some have been present for a number of years, but never so fully as today. Our Communist Party has never been so powerful, the revolutionary base areas have never had so large a population and so large an army, the prestige of the Communist Party is higher than ever among the people both in the Japanese-occupied and in the Kuomintang areas, and the revolutionary forces of the Soviet Union and the people of all countries are stronger than ever before. One must say that, with these conditions, it is entirely possible to defeat the aggressors and build a new China. We must have a correct policy. The fundamental point of our policy is boldly to mobilize the masses and expand the people's forces so that, under the leadership of our party, they will defeat the aggressors and build a new China. In the 24 years of its existence since its birth in 1921, the Communist Party of China has gone through 3 historical periods of heroic struggle: the Northern Expedition, the Agrarian Revolutionary War and the War of Resistance against Japan, and has accumulated a wealth of experience. Now our party has become the center of gravity of the Chinese people's struggle to resist Japan and save the nation, the center of gravity of their struggle for liberation and of their struggle to defeat the aggressors and build a new China. China's center of gravity lies right here where we are and nowhere else. We should be modest and prudent, guard against arrogance and rashness, and serve the Chinese people heart and soul, in order to unite them for defeating the Japanese aggressors in the present and for building a new democratic state in the future. Provided we do so, provided we have the correct policy and provided we make a united effort, we can definitely fulfill our task. Down with Japanese imperialism. Long live the liberation of the Chinese people. Long live the Communist Party of China. Long live the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. On Coalition Government. April 24, 1945. This was the political report made by Comrade Mao Zedong to the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. The fundamental demands of the Chinese people. Our Congress is being held in the following circumstances. A new situation has emerged after nearly 8 years of resolute, heroic, and indomitable struggle waged by the Chinese people with countless sacrifices and amid untold hardships against the Japanese aggressors. In the world as a whole, decisive victory has been gained in the just and sacred war against the fascist aggressors, and the moment is near when the Japanese aggressors will be defeated by the Chinese people in coordination with the Allied countries. But China remains disunited and is still confronted with a grave crisis. In these circumstances, what ought we to do? Beyond all doubt, the urgent need is to unite representatives of all political parties and groups and of people without any party affiliation and establish a provisional democratic coalition government for the purpose of instituting democratic reforms, surmounting the present crisis, mobilizing and unifying all the anti-Japanese forces in the country to fight in effective coordination with the Allied countries for the defeat of the Japanese aggressors, and thus enabling the Chinese people to liberate themselves from the latter's clutches. After that, it will be necessary to convene a National Assembly on a broad democratic basis and set up a formally constituted democratic government, which will also be in the nature of a coalition and will have a still wider representation of people from all parties and groups or without any party affiliation, and which will lead the liberated people of the whole country in building an independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and powerful new China. In short, We must take the line of unity and democracy, defeat the aggressors and build a new China. We believe that this alone can give expression to the fundamental demands of the Chinese people. Therefore, my report will deal mainly with these demands. Whether or not a democratic coalition government should be set up has become a matter of deep concern for the Chinese people and for democratic public opinion in the Allied countries. My report will therefore lay particular stress on elucidating this question. In the 8 years of the War of Resistance against Japan, the Communist Party of China has overcome many difficulties and achieved great successes, but as things stand, serious difficulties still confront our party and people. The present situation demands that our party should work still more solidly and intensively, and that it should continue to overcome the difficulties and strive to fulfill the fundamental demands of the Chinese people. 2. The international and the domestic situation. Can the Chinese people translate these basic demands into reality? This will depend on the level of their political consciousness, their unity, and their efforts. At the same time, the present international and domestic situation offers extremely favorable opportunities. If the Chinese people can make good use of these opportunities and continue to fight on staunchly, vigorously, and persistently, they will undoubtedly defeat the aggressors and build a new China. They must redouble their efforts in their struggle to accomplish their sacred tasks. What is the present international situation? The present military situation is that the Soviet Army is attacking Berlin, and the Allied forces of Britain, the United States and France are attacking the Hitlerite remnants in coordination with this offensive, while the Italian people are launching uprisings. All this will eliminate Hitler once and for all. After Hitler is wiped out, the defeat of the Japanese aggressors will not be far distant. Contrary to the predictions of the Chinese and foreign reactionaries, the forces of fascist aggression will undoubtedly be overthrown and the people's democratic forces will undoubtedly triumph. The world will unquestionably take the road of progress and not the road of reaction. Of course, we must remain very much on the alert and reckon with the possibility of certain temporary or perhaps even serious twists and turns in the course of events. In many countries there are still strong reactionary forces which begrudge the people at home and abroad their unity, progress, and liberation. Anyone who loses sight of this possibility will make political mistakes. The general trend of history, however, is already clearly decided and will not change. This is bad only for the fascists and for the reactionaries of all countries who are in fact their helpers, but it is a blessing for the people and for the organized democratic forces in all countries. The people, and the people alone, are the motive force of world history. The Soviet people have built up great strength and become the main force in the defeat of fascism. It is their efforts, plus those of the people in the other anti-fascist Allied countries, which are making the destruction of fascism possible. War has educated the people, and it is the people who will win the war, win the peace and win progress. This new situation is very different from that in World War I. The Soviet Union was not yet in existence then, and the people were not politically awakened as they are in many countries today. The two world wars represent two entirely different epochs. This does not mean that there will be no more struggles after the defeat of the fascist aggressor countries, the end of World War II and the establishment of international peace. The remnant forces of fascism which are still widespread will certainly continue to make trouble, while within the camp now fighting fascist aggression there are forces which oppose democracy and oppress other nations, and they will continue to oppress the people in various countries and in the colonies and semi-colonies. Therefore, after international peace is established, there will still be numerous struggles over the greater part of the world between the anti-fascist masses and the remnants of fascism, between democracy and anti-democracy, between national liberation and national oppression. The people will achieve the most extensive victory only through long and sustained efforts, when the remaining forces of fascism, the anti-democratic forces and all the imperialist forces are overcome. To be sure, that day will not come very quickly or easily, but come it surely will. Victory in the anti-fascist Second World War will pave the way for the victory of the people in their post-war struggles. A stable and lasting peace will be ensured only when victory is won in these struggles. What is the present domestic situation? China's protracted war has exacted and will continue to exact great sacrifices from the Chinese people, but at the same time this very war has tempered them. It has awakened and united the Chinese people to a greater degree than all their great struggles in the last 100 years. The Chinese people face not only a formidable national enemy but also powerful domestic reactionary forces which are in fact helping the enemy. This is one side of the picture. But the other side is that the Chinese people are not only more politically conscious than ever before but have built powerful liberated areas and a nationwide democratic movement that is growing day by day. These constitute favorable domestic conditions. If the defeats and setbacks in the Chinese people's struggles of the last 100 years were due to the absence of certain necessary international and domestic conditions, then today the situation is different. All the necessary conditions are present. There is every possibility of avoiding defeat and winning victory. We shall be victorious if we can unite the whole people in resolute struggle and give them proper leadership. The Chinese people now have much greater confidence that they can unite to defeat the aggressors and build a new China. The time has come for them to conquer all difficulties and achieve their fundamental demands, their great historic aspirations. Is there any doubt about it? I think not. Such is the general international and domestic situation today. 3-2 lines in the anti-Japanese war. The key to China's problems. In speaking of the domestic situation, we have also to make a specific analysis of China's war of resistance. China is one of the 5 biggest countries taking part in the war against fascism, and it is the principal country fighting the Japanese aggressors on the continent of Asia. Not only have the Chinese people played a very great role in the war against Japan, but they will also play a very great role in safeguarding peace in the post-war world and the decisive one in safeguarding peace in the East. China has made very great efforts to liberate herself and to help the Allied countries during the 8 years of the war of resistance against Japan. These efforts have been made primarily by the people of China. Vast numbers of officers and men in China's armies have fought and shed their blood at the front. The workers, peasants, intellectuals, and industrialists of China have worked hard in the rear. The Chinese overseas have made donations to support the war, and all the anti-Japanese political parties, except for such of their members as are opposed to the people, have played their part in the war. In short, with their blood and sweat, the Chinese people have heroically fought the Japanese aggressors for 8 long years. But for a number of years the Chinese reactionaries have been spreading rumors and misleading public opinion in order to prevent the world from knowing the truth about the role played by the Chinese people in the war. Besides, there has as yet been no comprehensive summing up of the varied experience gained by China during those 8 years of war. Therefore, this Congress should make a proper summing up of all this experience in order to educate the people and provide our party with a basis for the formulation of policy. When it comes to such summing up, it is plain to all that there are 2 different guiding lines in China. One leads to the defeat of the Japanese aggressors, while the other not only makes their defeat impossible but in some respects actually helps them and undermines our war of resistance. The Kuomintang government's policy of passive resistance to Japan and its reactionary domestic policy of active repression of the people have resulted in military setbacks, enormous territorial losses, financial and economic crisis, oppression and hardship for the people, and the disruption of national unity. This reactionary policy has been an obstruction to mobilizing and uniting all the anti-Japanese forces of the Chinese people for the effective prosecution of the war, and has hindered the awakening and unity of the people. Yet this political awakening and this unity have never ceased to develop, but have moved forward along a tortuous course, under the twofold repression of the Japanese aggressors and the Kuomintang government. Clearly, there have been 2 lines in China for a long time: the Kuomintang government's line of oppression of the people and of passive resistance, and the Chinese people's line of enhancing their own consciousness and unity for the waging of a people's war. Herein lies the key to all China's problems. History follows a tortuous course. To help people understand why this question of the 2 lines is the key to all of China's problems, it is necessary to trace the history of our war of resistance against Japan. The Chinese people's war of resistance has followed a tortuous course. It began as far back as 1931. On September 18 of that year, the Japanese aggressors occupied Shenyang, and within a few months they seized the three northeastern provinces. The Kuomintang government adopted a policy of non-resistance. But against the will of the Kuomintang government and led or assisted by the Chinese Communist Party, the people and a patriotic section of the troops of these provinces organized the anti-Japanese volunteers and the anti-Japanese United Army and engaged in heroic guerrilla warfare. At one time this heroic guerrilla warfare grew to great dimensions and, despite many difficulties and setbacks, it has never been put down by the enemy. When the Japanese aggressors attacked Shanghai in 1932, a group of patriots in the Kuomintang once again defied the will of the Kuomintang government and led the 19th Route Army in resisting the Japanese aggressors. In 1933 the Japanese aggressors invaded Johal and Chahar provinces, and for the third time a group of patriots in the Kuomintang defied the will of the Kuomintang government and cooperated with the Communist Party in organizing the anti-Japanese Allied Army to resist the enemy. But in all this fighting against Japan support came entirely from the Chinese people, the Chinese Communist Party, other democratic groups and the patriotic Chinese overseas, while the Kuomintang government with its policy of non-resistance contributed nothing. On the contrary, the anti-Japanese actions in Shanghai and Chahar were both wrecked by the Kuomintang government itself. In 1933 it also destroyed the People's Government which had been established in Fukien by the 19th Route Army. Why did the Kuomintang government of that day adopt a policy of non-resistance? The main reason was that it had wrecked Kuomintang communist cooperation and the unity of the Chinese people in 1927. In 1924 Dr. Sun Yat-sen, accepting the proposals of the Chinese Communist Party, called the First National Congress of the Kuomintang in which communists took part, adopted the three great policies of alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party and assistance to the peasants and workers, established the Whampoa Military Academy and formed the National United Front of the Kuomintang, the Communist Party and all sections of the people. As a result, the reactionary forces in Kwangtung province were destroyed in 1924-25, the triumphant Northern Expedition was carried out during 1926-27, most of the areas along the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers were taken over, the Northern warlord government was defeated, and the people's struggle for liberation was unfolded on a scale never before seen in Chinese history. But at a critical moment in the progress of the Northern Expedition, in the late spring and early summer of 1927, the treacherous and reactionary policies of party purge and massacre adopted by the Kuomintang authorities wrecked this National United Front, the United Front of the Kuomintang, the Communist Party and all sections of the people, which embodied the Chinese people's cause of liberation and all its revolutionary policies. Yesterday's allies, the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people, were now regarded as enemies, and yesterday's enemies, the imperialists and feudalists, were now regarded as allies. So it came about that a sudden attack was perfidiously launched against the Chinese Communist Party and the people, and the great, dynamic, and vigorous revolution was crushed. Thereupon unity was replaced by civil war, democracy by dictatorship, and a China full of brightness by a China covered in darkness. But the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people were neither cowed nor conquered nor exterminated. They picked themselves up, wiped off the blood, buried their fallen comrades and went into battle again. Holding high the great standard of revolution, they rose in armed resistance and over a vast territory in China they set up people's governments, carried out land reform, built up a people's army, the Chinese Red Army, and preserved and expanded the revolutionary forces of the Chinese people. Dr. Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary Three People's Principles, which the Kuomintang reactionaries had discarded, were carried forward by the people, the Communist Party and other Democrats. After the invasion of the three northeastern provinces by the Japanese aggressors, the Chinese Communist Party in 1933, proposed to all the Kuomintang forces then attacking the revolutionary base areas and the Red Army that an armistice agreement be concluded to facilitate united resistance to Japan. This proposal was made with three conditions: that the attacks should stop, that the people should be granted democratic rights, and that the people should be armed. but the Kuomintang authorities rejected it. From then on, the Kuomintang government's policy of civil war became increasingly vicious, while the voice of the Chinese people grew increasingly powerful in its demand for an end to civil war and for united resistance to Japan. All kinds of popular patriotic organizations were formed in Shanghai and many other places. Between 1934 and 1936, under the leadership of the Central Committee of our party, the main forces of the Red Army north and south of the Yangtze River went through untold hardships and moved to northwestern China, joining forces with the Red Army units there. It was in those 2 years that the Chinese Communist Party decided on, and carried out, a new and comprehensive political line in keeping with the new situation, the line of the National United Front against Japan, with united resistance to Japan and the establishment of a new democratic republic as the goal of struggle. On December 9, 1935, the student masses in Peiping launched a heroic patriotic movement under our party's leadership. They formed the Chinese National Liberation Vanguard Corps 1 and spread this movement to all the big cities in China. On December 12, 1936, two patriotic Kuomintang groups which favored resistance to Japan, the Northeastern Army and the 17th Route Army, together staged the famous Xi'an incident in courageous opposition to the reactionary Kuomintang policy of compromising with Japan and massacring the people at home. Other patriots in the Kuomintang were likewise dissatisfied with the policy of the Kuomintang authorities at the time. These were the circumstances in which the Kuomintang authorities were forced to abandon their policy of civil war and to acknowledge the demands of the people. The peaceful settlement of the Xi'an incident became the turning point. Under the new circumstances, internal cooperation took shape and the nationwide war of resistance against Japan began. In May 1937, shortly before the Lukaochao incident, our party called the historic National Conference, at which the new political line followed by the Central Committee of the party since 1935 was endorsed. From the Lukaochao incident of July 7, 1937 to the fall of Wuhan in October 1938, the Kuomintang government was relatively active in the war against Japan. During that period, the large-scale Japanese attacks and the mounting patriotic indignation of the whole people compelled the Kuomintang government to make resistance to the Japanese aggressors the center of gravity of its policy, which made it easier to bring about an upsurge in the struggle of the whole army and people against Japan, and for a time there was a new and dynamic atmosphere. All the people, including the communists and other democrats, earnestly hoped that the Kuomintang government would seize the opportunity, at a time when the nation was in peril and the people were filled with enthusiasm, to institute democratic reforms and put Dr. Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary Three Peoples Principles into practice. But their hopes came to naught. Even in those 2 years of relatively active resistance, the Kuomintang authorities continued to oppose the mobilization of the masses for a people's war and to place restrictions on the people's spontaneous efforts to unite for anti-Japanese and democratic action. While the Kuomintang government had somewhat changed its previous attitude to the Chinese Communist Party and the other anti-Japanese parties, it continued to deny them equal status and restrict their activities in many ways. Patriotic political prisoners were still kept in jail in large numbers. Above all, the Kuomintang government still maintained the oligarchic dictatorship it had established after launching the Civil War in 1927, so that it was impossible to set up a democratic coalition government representing the unanimous will of the nation. At the very beginning of this period, we communists pointed out that there were two alternative lines for China's war of resistance against Japan: an all-embracing people's war leading to victory, or a partial war in which the people remained oppressed, leading to defeat. We also pointed out that the war would be protracted and would inevitably involve many obstacles and hardships, but that by their exertions the Chinese people were sure to win the final victory. The People's War. During the same period, the main forces of the communist-led Red Army, which had moved to northwestern China, were redesignated as the 8th Route Army of the Chinese National Revolutionary Army, while the Chinese Red Army's guerrilla units, which had remained in various places on both sides of the Yangtze River, were redesignated as the new 4th Army of the Chinese National Revolutionary Army. The former went to fight on the northern China front and the latter on the central China front. During the Civil War period, the Chinese Red Army, which had preserved and developed the democratic tradition of the Whampoa Military Academy and of the National Revolutionary Army of the Northern Expedition days, had at one time grown to several 100,000 men. But by the beginning of the War of Resistance against Japan it had been reduced to a few tens of thousands as a result of the ruthless destruction wrought in our southern base areas by the Kuomintang government, our losses during the Long March, and other causes. Consequently, there were some who looked down on this army and thought that the main reliance for resistance to Japan should be placed on the Kuomintang. But the people are the best judges. The people knew that despite their small number at the time, the 8th Route and new 4th Armies were of high quality, that they alone could wage a real people's war and that boundless prospects would open up before them once they reached the anti-Japanese fronts and joined with the broad masses there. And the people were right. By now, as I make this report, our army has already expanded to 910,000 men, and the number of our rural militia, who are not withdrawn from normal productive work, has grown to more than 2,200,000. Despite the fact that our regular army is still numerically much smaller than that of the Kuomintang, counting the Kuomintang units under local as well as central control, it has already become the main force in China's war of resistance, judging by the number of Japanese and puppet forces it is engaging and the extent of its battle fronts, by its combat effectiveness, by the mass support it enjoys in its operations, and by its political quality, cohesion, and unity. This army is powerful because all its members have a discipline based on political consciousness. They have come together and they fight not for the private interests of a few individuals or a narrow clique, but for the interests of the broad masses and of the whole nation. The sole purpose of this army is to stand firmly with the Chinese people and to serve them wholeheartedly. Guided by this purpose, this army has an indomitable spirit and is determined to vanquish all enemies and never to yield. No matter what the difficulties and hardships, so long as a single man remains, he will fight on. Guided by this purpose, this army has achieved remarkable unity in its own ranks and with those outside its ranks. Internally, there is unity between officers and men, between the higher and lower ranks, and between military work, political work, and rear service work, and externally, there is unity between the army and the people, between the army and government organizations, and between our army and the friendly armies. It is imperative to overcome anything that impairs this unity. Guided by this purpose, this army has a correct policy for winning over enemy officers and men and for dealing with prisoners of war. Without exception, all members of the enemy forces who surrender, who come over to our side or who, after laying down their arms, wish to join in fighting the common foe, are welcomed and given proper education. It is forbidden to kill, maltreat or insult any prisoner of war. Guided by this purpose, this army has built up a system of strategy and tactics which is essential for the people's war. It is skilled in flexible guerrilla warfare conducted in accordance with the changing concrete conditions and is also skilled in mobile warfare. Guided by this purpose, this army has built up a system of political work which is essential for the people's war and is aimed at promoting unity in its own ranks, unity with the friendly armies and unity with the people, and at disintegrating the enemy forces and ensuring victory in battle. Guided by this purpose, the entire army, operating under conditions of guerrilla warfare, is able to utilize, and has in fact utilized, the intervals between battles and between training periods to produce grain and other necessities, thus becoming wholly, half or at least partly self-supporting, so that economic difficulties are overcome, living conditions improved and the burden on the people lightened. Every possibility has been exploited to establish a number of small-scale armament works in various military base areas. Furthermore, this army is powerful because it has the People's Self-Defense Corps and the militia, the vast armed organizations of the masses fighting in coordination with it. In the liberated areas of China, all men and women, from youth to middle age, are organized in the People's Anti-Japanese Self-Defense Corps on a voluntary and democratic basis and without giving up their work in production. The cream of the Self-Defense Corps, except for those who join the army or the guerrilla units, is brought into the militia. Without the cooperation of these armed forces of the masses, it would be impossible to defeat the enemy. Finally, This army is powerful because of its division into two parts, the main forces and the regional forces, with the former available for operations in any region whenever necessary and the latter concentrating on defending their own localities and attacking the enemy there in cooperation with the local militia and the self-defense corps. This division of labor has won the wholehearted support of the people. Without this correct division of labor, if, for example, attention were paid only to the role of the main forces while that of the regional forces were neglected, it would likewise be impossible to defeat the enemy in the conditions obtaining in China's liberated areas. Under the regional forces, numerous armed working teams have been organized, which are well trained and hence better qualified for military, political, and mass work. They penetrate into the rearmost areas behind the enemy lines, strike at the enemy and arouse the masses to anti-Japanese struggle, thus giving support to the frontal military operations of the various liberated areas. In all this they have achieved great success. Under the leadership of their democratic governments, all the anti-Japanese people in the liberated areas of China are called upon to join organizations of workers, peasants, youth, and women, and cultural, professional and other organizations, which will wholeheartedly perform various tasks in support of the armed forces. Those tasks are not limited to rallying the people to join the army, transporting grain for it, caring for soldiers' families and helping the troops in meeting their material needs. They also include mobilizing the guerrilla units, militia, and self-defense corps to make widespread raids and lay landmines against the enemy, gather intelligence about him, comb out traitors and spies, transport and protect the wounded and take direct part in the army's operations. At the same time, the people in all the liberated areas are enthusiastically taking up various kinds of political, economic, cultural, and health work. The most important thing in this connection is to mobilize everybody for the production of grain and other necessities and to ensure that all government institutions and schools, except in special cases, devote their free time to production for their own support in order to supplement the self-sufficiency production campaigns of the army and the people and thus help to create a great upsurge of production to sustain the protracted war of resistance. In China's liberated areas, the enemy has wrought great havoc, and floods, droughts and damage by insect pests have been frequent. However, the democratic governments there have been leading the people in overcoming these difficulties in an organized way, and unprecedented results have been achieved by the great mass campaigns for pest extermination, flood control, and disaster relief, thus making it possible to persevere in the protracted war of resistance. In a word, everything for the front, everything for the defeat of the Japanese aggressors and for the liberation of the Chinese people. This is the general slogan, the general policy for the whole army and the whole people in the liberated areas of China. Such is a real people's war. Only by waging such a people's war can we defeat the national enemy. The Kuomintang has failed precisely because of its desperate opposition to a people's war. Once it is equipped with modern weapons, the army of China's liberated areas will become still more powerful and will be able to accomplish the final defeat of the Japanese aggressors. Two battle fronts. From the very beginning there have been two fronts in China's war of resistance, the Kuomintang front and the front of the liberated areas. After the fall of Wuhan in October 1938, the Japanese aggressors stopped their strategic offensive against the Kuomintang front and gradually shifted their main forces to the front of the liberated areas. At the same time, taking advantage of the defeatist sentiments of the Kuomintang government, they declared their willingness to arrive at a compromise peace with it, and, adopting a policy designed to deceive the Chinese nation, they induced the traitor Wang Qingwei to leave Chongqing and establish a puppet government in Nanking. The Kuomintang government then began to change its policy, gradually shifting the emphasis from resistance to Japan to opposition to the Communist Party and the people. This shift first made itself apparent in the military sphere. To conserve its own military strength, the Kuomintang government adopted the policy of passive resistance to Japan. It threw the burden of fighting onto the front of the liberated areas by letting the Japanese invaders attack the liberated areas in force, while itself sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. In 1939, the Kuomintang government adopted the reactionary measures for restricting the activities of alien parties and completely deprived the people and the anti-Japanese parties of whatever rights they had won during the early period of the War of Resistance. From then on, in the Kuomintang areas, all the democratic parties, and first and foremost the Communist Party of China, have been driven underground by the Kuomintang government. In every province in those areas the prisons and concentration camps are packed with communists, young patriots, and other fighters for democracy. In the 5 years from 1939 to the autumn of 1943, the Kuomintang government launched 3 anti-communist onslaughts, 3 to split national unity, and thus created serious danger of civil war. It was in this period that the disbanding of the new Fourth Army was ordered and more than 9,000 of its troops in southern Anhui were annihilated, an event which shocked the world. To this very moment the attacks by Kuomintang troops on the forces of the liberated areas have not ceased, nor is there any sign that they will. At the same time, the Kuomintang reactionaries have been pouring out slanders and calumnies of all sorts. It is they who have fabricated such labels and expressions as traitor party, traitor army, traitor areas, and sabotaging the war of resistance and endangering the state, for the purpose of maligning the Communist Party, the Eighth Route and New Fourth Armies and the liberated areas. To meet the crisis, on July 7, 1939 the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party issued a manifesto setting forth the following slogans: persist in resistance and oppose capitulation. Persist in unity and oppose a split. Persist in progress and oppose retrogressions. In those 5 years, our party, acting on these timely slogans, vigorously repulsed the 3 reactionary and anti-popular anti-communist onslaughts and overcame the crisis on each occasion. There was actually no serious fighting on the Kuomintang front during those years. The sword edge of Japanese aggression was mainly directed against the liberated areas. By 1943, the army and the people of the liberated areas were pinning down 64% of the Japanese forces invading China and 95% of the puppet troops, while the Kuomintang front faced only 36% of the former and 5% of the latter. In 1944 the Japanese aggressors launched operations to force China's north-south trunk railways open for through traffic. For panic-stricken, the Kuomintang forces were totally incapable of offering resistance. Within a few months extensive areas in Honan, Hunan, Guangxi, and Guangdong provinces had fallen into the enemy's hands. It was not until then that some change took place in the proportion of enemy forces engaged on the 2 fronts. Even so, at the moment of making this report, of the 40 divisions comprising 580,000 Japanese soldiers in China, not counting those in the 3 northeastern provinces, 22.5 divisions, comprising 320,000 men or 56% of the total forces, are engaged on the front of the liberated areas, and no more than 17.5 divisions, comprising 260,000 men or 44% are engaged on the Kuomintang front. As for the puppet troops engaged on the 2 fronts, the ratio has not changed at all. It should also be pointed out that the puppet troops, numbering more than 800,000 men, in both the regular and the local forces, are chiefly composed either of units that surrendered under their Kuomintang commanders or of units organized by the Kuomintang officers after their surrender. The Kuomintang reactionaries have furnished these puppet troops in advance with a false and traitorous theory, namely, saving the nation by a devious path, and have given them moral and organizational support since their surrender, directing them to attack the Chinese people's liberated areas in coordination with the Japanese aggressors. These reactionaries have also mustered large forces, totaling no less than 797,000 men, to blockade and attack the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region and other liberated areas. This grave situation is being kept from the knowledge of many Chinese and foreigners by the Kuomintang government's policy of suppressing news. China's liberated areas. China's liberated areas, led by the Communist Party, now have a population of 95,500,000. They exist from Inner Mongolia in the north to Hainan Island in the south. Almost everywhere the enemy goes, he finds the Eighth Route Army, the new Fourth Army or some other people's forces in operation. This vast liberated territory consists of 19 major liberated areas, covering greater or lesser parts of the provinces of Liaoning, Johal, Shahar, Suiwan, Shenzi, Kansu, Ningxia, Shanxi, Hopi, Honan, Shantung, Kiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, Kiangsi, Hebei, Hunan, Guangdong and Fujian. Yan'an is the center from which guidance is given to all those liberated areas. The Shenzi-Kansu-Ningxia border region west of the Yellow River, with a population of only 1,500,000, is but one of the 19 areas forming this vast liberated part of China and, indeed, the smallest in population except for one in eastern Zhejiang province and another on Hainan Island. Unaware of this, some people think China's liberated territory consists chiefly of the Shenzi-Kansu-Ningxia border region. This misconception arises from the Kuomintang government's blockade. In every one of the liberated areas, all the requisite policies of the anti-Japanese National United Front have been put into practice, and popularly elected governments, that is, local coalition governments, have been or are being set up, in which communists and representative personalities of other anti-Japanese parties or without any party affiliation are cooperating. The entire strength of the people has been mobilized in the liberated areas. As a result, despite the formidable pressure of the enemy, the Kuomintang's military blockade and attacks and the complete absence of outside help, China's liberated areas have stood firm and have grown steadily, reducing the territory occupied by the enemy and extending their own. They have become the model for a democratic China and the main force driving out the Japanese aggressors and liberating the Chinese people in military cooperation with the allied countries. The armed forces of China's liberated areas, the Eighth Route Army, the new Fourth Army and the other armed forces of the people, have not only set a heroic example in fighting Japan, but have also set an example in carrying out the democratic policies of the anti-Japanese National United Front. The declaration issued by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on September 22, 1937 affirming that Dr. Sun Yat-sen's Three People's Principles being what China needs today, our party is ready to fight for their complete realization, has been completely carried into effect in China's liberated areas. The Kuomintang areas. Persisting in its dictatorial rule, the chief ruling clique of the Kuomintang has followed a policy of passive resistance to Japan and a domestic policy directed against the people. In consequence, its armed forces have shrunk to less than half their original size and most of them have virtually lost their combat effectiveness. There is a profound rift between this clique and the broad masses and a grave crisis of mass impoverishment, seething discontent and widespread revolt. Not only has its role in the war been sharply reduced, but it has also become an obstacle to the mobilization and unity of all the anti-Japanese forces of the Chinese people. Why has such a grave situation arisen under the leadership of the Kuomintang's chief ruling clique? It has arisen because that clique represents the interests of China's big landlords, big bankers, and big compradors. The handful of people forming this reactionary stratum monopolize all the important military, political, economic and cultural organizations under the Kuomintang government. They place the safeguarding of their own interests above resistance to Japan. They too say the nation above all, but their actions do not accord with the demands of the great majority of the nation. They too say the state above all, but what they mean is the feudal fascist dictatorship of the big landlords, big bankers, and big compradors, and not a democratic state of the people. Therefore they are afraid of the rise of the people, afraid of the democratic movement and afraid of full mass mobilization for war against Japan. Herein lies the root cause of their policy of passive resistance to Japan and their reactionary domestic policy against the people, democracy, and the Communist Party. They have a double-faced policy in everything. For instance, on the one hand they are resisting Japan but on the other they are pursuing a passive war policy, and moreover they are the constant target of Japanese inducements to surrender. They talk about developing China's economy, but in fact they build up their own bureaucrat capital, i.e., the capital of the big landlords, bankers, and compradors, and monopolize the lifelines of China's economy, ruthlessly oppressing the peasants, the workers, the petty bourgeoisie and the non-monopoly bourgeoisie. They talk about putting democracy into practice and handing state power back to the people, yet they ruthlessly suppress the people's movement for democracy and refuse to introduce the mildest democratic reform. They say that the communist problem is a political one and should be solved politically, yet they ruthlessly suppress the Chinese Communist Party militarily, politically, and economically, regarding it as enemy number one and the Japanese aggressors as only enemy no two, and day in and day out they busy themselves with preparations for a civil war and plots to annihilate the Communist Party. They say they will establish a modern state, yet they work desperately to maintain the feudal fascist dictatorship of the big landlords, bankers, and compradors. While maintaining formal diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, they are in fact hostile to it. They chant Asia before Europe in chorus with the US isolationists in order to prolong the life of fascist Germany, which amounts to prolonging the life of fascists everywhere, including their own fascist rule over the Chinese people, yet at the same time they indulge in diplomatic maneuvers, masquerading as anti-fascist heroes. If you look for the root of these contradictory double-faced policies, you will find they all stem from the social stratum of the big landlords, bankers, and compradors. Nevertheless, the Kuomintang is not a homogeneous political party. Though it is controlled and led by the reactionary clique representing the stratum of the big landlords, bankers, and compradors, it must not be entirely identified with this clique. Some Kuomintang leaders do not belong to this clique, by which they are even slighted, pushed aside or attacked. Many of its cadres and rank and file and many members of the Three People's Principles Youth League are dissatisfied with the leadership of this clique, and some even oppose it. The same is true of all the Kuomintang armies, government organs, and economic and cultural institutions which this reactionary clique controls. There are quite a number of democratic elements in all of them. Moreover, the reactionary clique itself, divided as it is into several contending factions, is not a close-knit body. Undoubtedly it is wrong to regard the Kuomintang as a homogeneous body of reactionaries. A contrast. The Chinese people have come to see the sharp contrast between the liberated areas and the Kuomintang areas. Are not the facts clear enough? Here are two lines, the line of a people's war and the line of passive resistance, which is against a people's war. One leads to victory even in the difficult conditions in China's liberated areas with their total lack of outside aid, and the other leads to defeat even in the extremely favorable conditions in the Kuomintang areas with foreign aid available. The Kuomintang government attributes its failures to lack of arms. Yet one may ask, which of the two are short of arms, the Kuomintang troops or the troops of the liberated areas? Of all China's forces, those of the liberated areas lack arms most acutely, their only weapons being those they capture from the enemy or manufacture under the most adverse conditions. Is it not true that the forces directly under the Kuomintang central government are far better armed than the provincial troops? Yet in combat effectiveness most of the central forces are inferior to the provincial troops. The Kuomintang commands vast reserves of manpower, yet its wrong recruiting policy makes manpower replenishment very difficult. Though cut off from each other by the enemy and engaged in constant fighting, China's liberated areas are able to mobilize inexhaustible manpower because the militia and self-defense corps system, which is well adapted to the needs of the people, is applied everywhere, and because misuse and waste of manpower are avoided. Although the Kuomintang controls vast areas abounding in grain and the people supply it with 70 to 100 million tan annually, its army is always short of food and its soldiers are emaciated because the greater part of the grain is embezzled by those through whose hands it passes. But although most of China's liberated areas, which are located in the enemy rear, have been devastated by the enemy's policy of burn all, kill all, loot all, and although some regions like northern Shenzi are very arid, we have successfully solved the grain problem through our own efforts by increasing agricultural production. The Kuomintang areas are facing a very grave economic crisis, most industries are bankrupt, and even such necessities as cloth have to be imported from the United States. But China's liberated areas are able to meet their own needs in cloth and other necessities through the development of industry. In the Kuomintang areas, the workers, peasants, shop assistants, government employees, intellectuals, and cultural workers live in extreme misery. In the liberated areas all the people have food, clothing, and work. It is characteristic of the Kuomintang areas that, exploiting the national crisis for profiteering purposes, officials have concurrently become traders and habitual grafters without any sense of shame or decency. It is characteristic of China's liberated areas that, setting an example of plain living and hard work, the cadres take part in production in addition to their regular duties. Honesty is held in high esteem while graft is strictly prohibited. In the Kuomintang areas the people have no freedom at all. In China's liberated areas the people have full freedom. Who is to blame for all the anomalies which confront the Kuomintang rulers? Are others to blame, or they themselves? Are foreign countries to blame for not giving them enough aid, or are the Kuomintang government's dictatorial rule, corruption, and incompetence to blame? Isn't the answer obvious? Who is sabotaging the war of resistance and endangering the state? In the light of the indisputable evidence, is it not the Kuomintang government itself that has been sabotaging the Chinese people's war of resistance and endangering our country? For fully 10 years that government devoted itself wholly to civil war, turning the edge of its sword against the people while utterly neglecting national defense, and by its policy of non-resistance it gave away the 4 northeastern provinces. When the Japanese aggressors drove south of the Great Wall, it put up a flurry of resistance and then retreated from Lukaochao all the way to the province of Kweichow. Yet the Kuomintang alleges that the Communist Party is sabotaging the war of resistance and endangering the state. See resolutions of the 11th plenary session of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang, held in September 1943. Its only evidence is that the Communist Party has united with all sections of the people to create the liberated areas which are heroically resisting Japan. The logic of the Kuomintang is so different from that of the Chinese people that the failure to arrive at a common language on many problems is not to be wondered at. Here are 2 questions. First, what exactly has made the Kuomintang government abandon so vast and so well-populated a territory, stretching from Heilongjiang province to Lukaochao and from Lukanqiao to Kweichow? Can it be anything other than its policy first of non-resistance and then of passive resistance to Japan, and its domestic policy of opposing the people? Second, what exactly has enabled China's liberated areas to smash the ruthless and prolonged attacks of the Japanese and puppet forces, to recover such vast territories and liberate such an immense population from the grip of the national enemy? Can it be anything other than our correct line, the line of a people's war? Disobedience to governmental and military orders. The Kuomintang government also constantly accuses the Chinese Communist Party of disobedience to governmental and military orders. All we need say is that fortunately the Chinese Communists, sharing the common sense of the Chinese people, have not obeyed such governmental and military orders as in fact would have meant handing over to the Japanese aggressors the liberated areas which the Chinese people had recaptured from them amid great difficulties and hardships. Some examples are the measures for restricting the activities of alien parties in 1939, the orders for the disbandment of the new Fourth Army and for its withdrawal north of the old course of the Yellow River in 1941, the order for the dissolution of the Communist Party of China in 1943, the order for us to disband all the troops except for 10 divisions within a definite time limit in 1944, and the proposal which the Kuomintang government called a concession in the recent talks with us and which would require us to hand over our armed forces and local governments in exchange for a few posts in its dictatorial government, but without the formation of a coalition government. Fortunately we have not submitted to this sort of thing and have thus preserved an undefiled stretch of soil and a heroic anti-Japanese army for the Chinese people. Should not the Chinese people congratulate themselves on such disobedience? Does not the Kuomintang government feel it has done enough after presenting the Japanese aggressors with the vast populated area from Heilongjiang to Kweichow through its own fascist government decrees and defeatist military orders? The Japanese aggressors and the reactionaries welcome these governmental and military orders, but can such things be welcomed by any upright Chinese patriot? Unless there is a coalition government, not in form but in fact, Not a fascist dictatorship but a democratic government. Is it conceivable that the Chinese people would permit the Chinese communists to hand over the liberated areas where the people have won freedom as well as the people's armies that have performed signal service in the war of resistance to the present Kuomintang government, which is defeatist, fascist and dictatorial? Without the liberated areas and the people's army, could the anti-Japanese cause of the Chinese people be what it is today? And can one possibly conceive what the future of the Chinese nation would be? The danger of civil war. To this day the chief ruling clique in the Kuomintang is persisting in its reactionary policy of dictatorship and civil war. There are many signs that it has long been making, and is now stepping up, preparations to unleash civil war as soon as the forces of a certain allied country have cleared a considerable part of the Chinese mainland of the Japanese aggressors. It also hopes that the generals of certain allied countries will do the same job in China as the British General Scobie V has been doing in Greece. It applauds the butchery perpetrated by Scobie and the reactionary Greek government. It is planning to plunge China once again into the maelstrom of civil war, as in 1927–37. Behind the smokescreen of convening the National Assembly and political settlement, it is secretly preparing civil war. If our fellow countrymen fail to take note, fail to expose its schemes and put a stop to these preparations, then one fine morning they will hear the cannonade of civil war. Negotiations. After obtaining the consent of other democratic parties, the Communist Party of China put forward the demand at the People's Political Council in September 1944 that the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship be abolished immediately and a democratic coalition government be formed for the purpose of defeating the Japanese aggressors, building a new China and preventing civil war. This was undoubtedly a timely demand, and in the space of a few months it has won the warm response of the broad masses. We have had many rounds of negotiations with the Kuomintang government on the question of abolishing the one-party dictatorship, forming a coalition government and instituting essential democratic reforms, but it has rejected all our proposals. Not only is the Kuomintang unwilling to abolish the one-party dictatorship and form a coalition government, it is unwilling to introduce a single one of the urgently needed democratic reforms, such as the abolition of the secret police, the annulment of the reactionary laws and decrees that suppress the people's freedom, the release of political prisoners, recognition of the legal status of the political parties, recognition of the liberated areas and the withdrawal of the armies blockading and attacking them. Consequently, political relations in China have become very strained. 2 prospects. In the light of the situation as a whole and of the above analysis of the actual international and domestic state of affairs, I would ask everyone here to be on the alert and not to expect that our cause will proceed smoothly and easily. No, it will not. Actually, there are 2 possibilities, 2 prospects, one good and one bad. One possibility or prospect is that the fascist dictatorship will continue and democratic reforms will not be allowed, that the stress will be on opposing the people instead of the Japanese aggressors, and even that civil war may break out after the Japanese aggressors are defeated, dragging China back into her old miserable state, without independence, freedom, democracy, unity, prosperity, or strength. This possibility or prospect is still there, and it has not ceased to exist or has not automatically vanished simply because of the favorable international situation and the increased political consciousness and organized strength of our people. Those who hope that this possibility or prospect will become a reality in China are the reactionary clique within the Kuomintang at home and the imperialist-minded reactionaries abroad. This is one aspect which must be taken into account. But there is another aspect and, again in the light of the situation as a whole and the foregoing analysis of the international and domestic state of affairs, we can gain added confidence and courage in striving for the second possibility or prospect. It is that of overcoming all difficulties, uniting the whole people, abolishing the Kuomintang's fascist dictatorship, carrying out democratic reforms, consolidating and expanding the anti-Japanese forces, thoroughly defeating the Japanese aggressors and building an independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and powerful new China. Those who hope that this possibility or prospect will become a reality in China are the masses, the Communist Party and the other democratic parties at home, and all the nations that treat us as equals, and the progressives and the masses abroad. We know full well that we communists together with the whole Chinese people still face great difficulties and many obstacles and have a long and tortuous road to travel. But we know equally well that, together with the whole Chinese people, we shall overcome all the difficulties and obstacles and accomplish the task which history has entrusted China. The great task for us and for the whole people is to avert the first possibility or prospect and work for the second with every ounce of our energy. Essentially, the international and domestic situation favors us communists together with the Chinese people as a whole. This I have already made quite clear. We hope that the Kuomintang authorities will have the courage to change their present wrong policies in view of the general world trend and the popular feeling in China, so that the war can be won, the sufferings of the Chinese people can be reduced, and a new China can soon be brought into being. It must be understood that, however tortuous the road, the Chinese people will certainly accomplish the task of achieving independence and liberation, and that the time has come for them to do so. It falls to our generation to fulfill the great aspirations cherished by countless martyrs in the past century, and any attempt to stop us will undoubtedly end in failure. For the policy of the Chinese Communist Party. I have analyzed the two lines in China's war of resistance. Such an analysis is absolutely necessary. For up to this very moment many Chinese people still do not know what is really going on in this war. Many people in the Kuomintang areas and in foreign countries are being kept in the dark by the Kuomintang government's policy of blockade. They knew practically nothing about China's liberated areas until a group of Chinese and foreign correspondents came here in 1944 on a tour of observation. As soon as this group returned, the Kuomintang government, which was very much afraid of the true situation in the liberated areas becoming known outside, bolted the door and refused to let any other correspondent come here. Similarly, it has suppressed the truth about the Kuomintang areas. Therefore I feel that we have the duty to give the public as much of the true picture of the two areas as possible. Only when people see the whole situation in China clearly will they understand why there is such a difference in policy between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang, the two biggest political parties in China, and why there is such a struggle between the two lines. Only then will people understand that the dispute between the two parties is not an unnecessary or unimportant or merely captious dispute, as some have alleged, but is one of principle on which the lives of hundreds of millions of people depend. In China's present grave situation, the people, the Democrats and democratic parties at home and the people in other countries who are concerned about the Chinese situation all hope that unity will replace disunity and that democratic reforms will be introduced, and they all want to know what the policy of the Chinese Communist Party is for solving the many vital problems of today. The members of our party, of course, have a still deeper interest in these matters. Our policies of the anti-Japanese National United Front in the war have always been clear and definite, and they have been tested in the 8 years of war. Our Congress should draw conclusions from them as a guide for our future struggles. Here I shall explain a number of the definite conclusions arrived at by our party concerning the major policies for solving China's problems. Our general program. An agreed common program is urgently needed by the Chinese people, the Chinese Communist Party and all the anti-Japanese democratic parties for the purpose of mobilizing and uniting all the anti-Japanese forces of the Chinese people, completely wiping out the Japanese aggressors and building a new China that is independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and powerful. Such a common program may be divided into two parts, the general and the specific. Let us consider first the general and then the specific program. On the major premise that the Japanese aggressors must be completely destroyed and a new China must be built, we communists and the overwhelming majority of the population are agreed on the following fundamental propositions at the present stage of China's development. First, China should not have a feudal, fascist, and anti-popular state system under the dictatorship of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie, because 18 years of government by the chief ruling clique of the Kuomintang have already proved its complete bankruptcy. Second, China cannot possibly establish the old type of democratic dictatorship, a purely national bourgeois state, and therefore should not attempt to do so, Because on the one hand the Chinese national bourgeoisie has proved itself very flabby economically and politically, and on the other, for a long time now a new factor has been present, namely, the awakened Chinese proletariat with its leader, the Chinese Communist Party, which has demonstrated great capacity in the political arena and assumed leadership of the peasant masses, the urban petty bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, and other democratic forces. Third, it is likewise impossible for the Chinese people to institute a socialist state system at the present stage when it is still their task to fight foreign and feudal oppression, and the necessary social and economic conditions for a socialist state are still lacking. What then do we propose? We propose the establishment, after the thorough defeat of the Japanese aggressors, of a state system which we call New Democracy, namely, a united front democratic alliance based on the overwhelming majority of the people, under the leadership of the working class. It is this kind of state system that truly meets the demands of the overwhelming majority of the Chinese population, because it can win and indeed has been winning the approval, first, of millions of industrial workers and tens of millions of handicraftsmen and farm laborers, second, of the peasantry, which constitutes 80% of China's population, i.e., 360 million out of a population of 450 million, and third, of the large numbers of the urban petty bourgeoisie as well as the national bourgeoisie, the enlightened gentry and other patriots. Of course, there are still contradictions among those classes, notably the contradiction between labor and capital, and consequently each has its own particular demands. It would be hypocritical and wrong to deny the existence of these contradictions and differing demands. But throughout the stage of new democracy, these contradictions, these differing demands, will not grow and transcend the demands which all have in common and should not be allowed to do so. They can be adjusted. Given such adjustment, these classes can together accomplish the political, economic, and cultural tasks of the new democratic state. The politics of new democracy which we advocate consists in the overthrow of external oppression and of internal feudal and fascist oppression, and then the setting up not of the old type of democracy but of a political system which is a united front of all the democratic classes. These views of ours are completely in accord with the revolutionary views of Dr. Sun Yat-sen. In the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang, Dr. Sun wrote, "The so-called democratic system in modern states is usually monopolized by the bourgeoisie and has become simply an instrument for oppressing the common people. On the other hand, the Kuomintang's principle of democracy means a democratic system shared by all the common people and not privately owned by the few." This is a great political injunction of Dr. Sun's. The Chinese people, the Chinese Communist Party and all other Democrats must respect it, firmly put it into practice and wage a determined fight against all individuals and groups that violate or oppose it, and so defend and develop this perfectly correct political principle of new democracy. The organizational principle of the new democratic state should be democratic centralism, with the people's congresses determining the major policies and electing the governments at the various levels. It is at once democratic and centralized, that is, centralized on the basis of democracy and democratic under centralized guidance. This is the only system that can give full expression to democracy with full powers vested in the people's congresses at all levels and, at the same time, guarantee centralized administration with the governments at each level exercising centralized management of all the affairs entrusted to them by the people's congresses at the corresponding level and safeguarding whatever is essential to the democratic life of the people. The army and the other armed forces constitute an important part of the apparatus of the new democratic state power, without which the state cannot be defended. As with all other organs of power, the armed forces of the new democratic state belong to the people and protect the people. They have nothing in common with the army, police, etc. of the old type which belong to the few and oppress the people. The economy of new democracy which we advocate is likewise in accord with Dr. Sun's principles. On the land question, Dr. Sun championed land to the tiller. On the question of industry and commerce, Dr. Sun stated in the manifesto quoted above, "Enterprises, such as banks, railways, and airlines, whether Chinese-owned or foreign-owned, which are either monopolistic in character or too big for private management, shall be operated and administered by the state, so that private capital cannot dominate the livelihood of the people. This is the main principle of the regulation of capital. In the present stage, we fully agree with these views of Dr. Sun's on economic questions. Some people suspect that the Chinese communists are opposed to the development of individual initiative, the growth of private capital and the protection of private property, but they are mistaken. It is foreign oppression and feudal oppression that cruelly fetter the development of the individual initiative of the Chinese people, hamper the growth of private capital and destroy the property of the people. It is the very task of the new democracy we advocate to remove these fetters and stop this destruction, to guarantee that the people can freely develop their individuality within the framework of society and freely develop such private capitalist economy as will benefit and not dominate the livelihood of the people, and to protect all appropriate forms of private property. In accordance with Dr. Sun's principles and the experience of the Chinese Revolution, China's national economy at the present stage should be composed of the state sector, the private sector and the cooperative sector. But the state here must certainly not be one privately owned by the few, but a new democratic state shared by all the common people under the leadership of the proletariat. The culture of new democracy should likewise be shared by all the common people, that is, it should be a national, scientific, and mass culture, and must under no circumstances be a culture privately owned by the few. Such is the general or fundamental program which we communists advocate for the present stage, the entire stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution. This is our minimum program as against our future or maximum program of socialism and communism. Its realization will carry the Chinese state and Chinese society a step forward, from a colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal to a new democratic state and society. The political leadership of the proletariat and the proletarian-led state and cooperative sectors of the economy required by our program are socialist factors. Yet the fulfillment of this program will not turn China into a socialist society. We communists do not conceal our political views. Definitely and beyond all doubt, our future or maximum program is to carry China forward to socialism and communism. Both the name of our party and our Marxist world outlook unequivocally point to this supreme ideal of the future, a future of incomparable brightness and splendor. On joining the party, every communist has two clearly defined objectives at heart: the new democratic revolution now and socialism and communism in the future, and for these he will fight despite the animosity of the enemies of communism and their vulgar and ignorant calumny, abuse, and ridicule, which we must firmly combat. As for the well-meaning skeptics, we should explain things to them with goodwill and patience and not attack them. All this is very clear, definite, and unequivocal. But all communists and sympathizers with communism in China must struggle to achieve the objective of the present stage. They must struggle against foreign and feudal oppression to deliver the Chinese people from their miserable colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal plight and establish a proletarian-led new democratic China whose main task is the liberation of the peasantry, a China of the revolutionary three people's principles of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, a China which is independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and powerful. This is what we have actually been doing. Together with the masses of the Chinese people, we communists have been fighting heroically for this objective for the past 24 years. If any communist or communist sympathizer talks about socialism and communism but fails to fight for this objective, if he belittles this bourgeois democratic revolution, relaxes or slows down ever so slightly and shows the least disloyalty and coolness or is reluctant to shed his blood or give his life for it, then wittingly or unwittingly, such a person is betraying socialism and communism to a greater or lesser extent and is certainly not a politically conscious and staunch fighter for communism. It is a law of Marxism that socialism can be attained only via the stage of democracy. And in China the fight for democracy is a protracted one. It would be a sheer illusion to try to build a socialist society on the ruins of the colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal order without a united new democratic state, without the development of the state sector of the new democratic economy, of the private capitalist and the cooperative sectors, and of a national, scientific, and mass culture, i.e., a new democratic culture, and without the liberation and the development of the individuality of hundreds of millions of people, in short. Without a thoroughgoing bourgeois democratic revolution of a new type led by the Communist Party. Some people fail to understand why, so far from fearing capitalism, communists should advocate its development in certain given conditions. Our answer is simple. The substitution of a certain degree of capitalist development for the oppression of foreign imperialism and domestic feudalism is not only an advance but an unavoidable process. It benefits the proletariat as well as the bourgeoisie, and the former perhaps more. It is not domestic capitalism but foreign imperialism and domestic feudalism which are superfluous in China today. Indeed, we have too little of capitalism. Strangely enough, some spokesmen of the Chinese bourgeoisie fight shy of openly advocating the development of capitalism, but refer to it obliquely. There are other people who flatly deny that China should permit a necessary degree of capitalist development and who talk about reaching socialism in one stride and accomplishing at one stroke the tasks of the three people's principles and socialism. Obviously, these opinions either reflect the weakness of the Chinese national bourgeoisie or are a demagogic trick on the part of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. From our knowledge of the Marxist laws of social development, we communists clearly understand that under the state system of new democracy in China it will be necessary in the interests of social progress to facilitate the development of the private capitalist sector of the economy, provided it does not dominate the livelihood of the people, besides the development of the state sector and of the individual and cooperative sectors run by the laboring people. We communists will not let empty talk or deceitful tricks befuddle us. There are some people who doubt whether we communists are sincere when we declare that the three people's principles being what China needs today, our party is ready to fight for their complete realization. This is the result of their failure to understand that the basic tenets of the three people's principles, which Dr. Sun Yat-sen enunciated in the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang in 1924 and which we have accepted, coincide with certain basic tenets of our party's program for the present stage, that is, of our minimum program. It should be pointed out that these three people's principles of Dr. Sun Yat-sen coincide with our party's program for the present stage only in certain basic tenets and not in everything. Our party's program of new democracy is of course much more comprehensive than Dr. Sun's principles, particularly as our party's theory, program, and practice of new democracy have greatly developed with the development of the Chinese Revolution in the 20 years since Dr. Sun's death, and will develop still further. In essence, however, these three people's principles are a program of new democracy, as distinguished from the previous, old three people's principles. Naturally they are what China needs today and naturally our party is ready to fight for their complete realization. To us Chinese communists, the struggle for our party's minimum program and the struggle for Dr. Sun's revolutionary, or new, three people's principles are basically, though not in every respect, one and the same thing. Therefore, as in the past and the present, the Chinese communists will prove to be the most sincere and thoroughgoing executors of the revolutionary three people's principles in the future as well. Some people are suspicious and think that once in power, the Communist Party will follow Russia's example and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat and a one-party system. Our answer is that a new democratic state based on an alliance of the democratic classes is different in principle from a socialist state under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Beyond all doubt, our system of new democracy will be built under the leadership of the proletariat and of the Communist Party, but throughout the stage of new democracy China cannot possibly have a one-class dictatorship and one-party government and therefore should not attempt it. We have no reason for refusing to cooperate with all political parties, social groups, and individuals, provided their attitude to the Communist Party is cooperative and not hostile. The Russian system has been shaped by Russian history. In Russia the exploitation of man by man has been abolished as a social system. The political, economic and cultural system of the newest type of democracy, i.e. socialism, has been put into effect, and the people support the Bolshevik Party alone, having discarded all the anti-socialist parties. All this has shaped the Russian system, which is perfectly necessary and reasonable there. But even in Russia, where the Bolshevik Party is the sole political party, the system practiced in the organs of state power is still one of an alliance of workers, peasants, and intellectuals, and an alliance of party members and non-party people, and not a system in which the working class and the Bolsheviks alone may work in the organs of government. The Chinese system for the present stage is being shaped by the present stage of Chinese history, and for a long time to come there will exist a special form of state and political power, a form that is distinguished from the Russian system but is perfectly necessary and reasonable for us, namely, the new democratic form of state and political power based on the alliance of the democratic classes. Our specific program. Our party must also have a specific program for each period based on this general program. Our general program of new democracy will remain unchanged throughout the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution, that is, for several decades. But from phase to phase during this stage, conditions have changed or are changing, and it is only natural that we have to change our specific program accordingly. For example, our general program of new democracy has remained the same throughout the periods of the Northern Expedition, the Agrarian Revolutionary War and the War of Resistance against Japan, but there have been changes in our specific program, because our friends and enemies have not remained the same in the three periods. The Chinese people now find themselves in the following situation. 1. The Japanese aggressors have not yet been defeated. 2. The Chinese people urgently need to work together for a democratic change in order to achieve national unity, rapidly mobilize and unite all anti-Japanese forces, and defeat the Japanese aggressors in cooperation with the Allies, and 3. The Kuomintang government is disrupting national unity and obstructing such a democratic change. What is our specific program in the circumstances, or, in other words, what are the immediate demands of the people? We consider the following to be appropriate and minimum demands. Mobilize all available forces for the thorough defeat of the Japanese aggressors and the establishment of international peace in cooperation with the Allies. Abolish the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship and establish a democratic coalition government and a joint supreme command. Punish the pro-Japanese elements, fascists, and defeatists who are opposing the people and disrupting national unity, and so help to build national unity. Punish the reactionaries who are creating the danger of civil war, and so help to ensure internal peace. Punish the traitors, take punitive action against officers who surrender to the enemy, and punish the agents of the Japanese. Liquidate the reactionary secret service and all its repressive activities and abolish the concentration camps. Revoke all reactionary laws and decrees aimed at suppressing the people's freedom of speech, press, assembly, association, political conviction, and religious belief, and freedom of the person, and guarantee full civil rights to the people. Recognize the legal status of all democratic parties and groups. Release all patriotic political prisoners. Withdraw all troops encircling and attacking China's liberated areas and dispatch them to the anti-Japanese front. Recognize the anti-Japanese armed forces and popularly elected governments of China's liberated areas. Consolidate and expand the liberated areas and their armed forces, and recover all lost territory. Help the people in the Japanese occupied areas to organize underground armed forces for armed uprisings. Allow the Chinese people to arm themselves and defend their homes and their country. Bring about the political and military transformation of those armies directly under the Kuomintang Supreme Command, which constantly lose battles, oppress the people and discriminate against armies not directly under it, and punish the commanders who are responsible for disastrous defeats. Improve the recruiting system and the living conditions of the officers and men. Give preferential treatment to the families of the soldiers fighting in the anti-Japanese war, so that the officers and men at the front are free from domestic worries. Provide preferential treatment for disabled soldiers and for the families of the soldiers who give their lives for the country, and help demobilized soldiers to settle down and earn a living. Develop war industries to facilitate the prosecution of the war. Distribute the military and financial aid received from the Allies impartially to all the armies fighting in the war of resistance. Punish corrupt officials and institute clean government. Improve the pay of the middle and lower grade government employees. Give the Chinese people democratic rights. Abolish the oppressive Pauchia system. 6. Provide the war refugees and the victims of natural disasters with relief. Appropriate substantial funds after the recovery of China's lost territory for the extensive relief of people who have suffered under enemy occupation. Abolish exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous levies and establish a consolidated progressive tax. Introduce rural reforms, reduce rent and interest, provide suitable safeguards for the rights of tenants, grant low-interest loans to impoverished peasants and help the peasants to organize, in order to facilitate the expansion of agricultural production. Outlaw bureaucrat capital. Abolish the present policy of economic controls. Check the unbridled inflation and rocketing prices. Assist private industry and provide it with facilities for obtaining loans, purchasing raw materials and marketing its products. Improve the livelihood of the workers, provide relief for the unemployed and help the workers to organize, in order to facilitate the expansion of industrial production. Abolish Kuomintang indoctrination in education and promote a national, scientific, and mass culture and education. Guarantee the livelihood of the teachers and other staff members of educational institutions and guarantee academic freedom, protect the interests of the youth, women, and children, provide assistance to young student refugees, help the youth and women to organize in order to participate on an equal footing in all work useful to the war effort and to social progress, ensure freedom of marriage and equality as between men and women, and give young people and children a useful education. Give the minority nationalities in China better and grant them autonomous rights. Protect the interests of the overseas Chinese and assist those who have returned to the motherland. Protect foreign nationals who have fled to China from the Japanese oppression and support their struggle against the Japanese aggressors. Improve Sino-Soviet relations. To achieve these demands, the most important thing is the immediate abolition of the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship and the establishment of a democratic provisional central government, a coalition government enjoying nationwide support and including representatives of all the anti-Japanese parties and people without party affiliation. Without this prerequisite, it is impossible to make any genuine change in the Kuomintang areas, and therefore in the country as a whole. These demands voice the desires of the Chinese masses and also of broad sections of democratic public opinion in the Allied countries. A minimum specific program which is agreed upon by all the anti-Japanese democratic parties is absolutely indispensable, and we are prepared to consult with them on the basis of the program outlined above. Different parties may have different demands, but all should reach agreement on a common program. As far as the Kuomintang areas are concerned, such a program is still at the stage of being a demand of the people. As far as the Japanese occupied areas are concerned, it is a program whose fulfillment must await their recovery, except for the item on the organization of underground forces for armed uprisings. As far as the liberated areas are concerned, it is a program which has already been, is being, and should continue to be, put into practice. The immediate demands or specific program of the Chinese people outlined above involve many vital wartime and post-war problems which require further elucidation. In explaining these problems below, we shall criticize some of the wrong viewpoints held by the chief ruling clique of the Kuomintang and at the same time answer some questions raised by other people. 1. Destroy the Japanese aggressors completely, allow no compromise halfway. The Cairo Conference 7 rightly decided that the Japanese aggressors must be made to surrender unconditionally. But the Japanese aggressors are now working behind the scenes for a compromise peace, while the pro-Japanese elements in the Kuomintang government are hitching up with Japan's secret emissaries through the Nanking puppet government, and no stop has been put to this. Hence the danger of a halfway compromise is not yet entirely over. The Cairo Conference made another good decision, namely, that the 4 northeastern provinces, Taiwan, and the Penghu Islands should be returned to China. But, given its present policies, the Kuomintang government cannot possibly be relied upon to fight all the way to the Yalu River and recover all our lost territory. What should the Chinese people do in these circumstances? They should demand that the Kuomintang government should destroy the Japanese aggressors completely and allow no compromise halfway. All intrigues for a compromise must immediately be stopped. The Chinese people should demand that the Kuomintang government should change its present policy of passive resistance and employ all its military strength in active warfare against Japan. They should expand their own armed forces, the 8th Route Army, the new 4th Army and the other armed units of the people, and on their own initiative develop anti-Japanese armed forces on an extensive scale wherever the enemy has reached, and they should prepare to recover all the lost territory by fighting in direct cooperation with the Allies. Under no circumstances must they place their reliance solely on the Kuomintang. It is the sacred right of the Chinese people to defeat the Japanese aggressors. If the reactionaries try to deprive them of this right, suppress their anti-Japanese activities or undermine their strength, then the Chinese people should firmly strike back in self-defense if persuasion proves unavailing. For such acts of national treachery on the part of the Chinese reactionaries only aid and abet the Japanese aggressors. To abolish the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship, establish a democratic coalition government. To wipe out the Japanese aggressors, it is necessary to effect democratic reforms throughout the country. Yet this will be impossible unless the one-party dictatorship of the Kuomintang is abolished and a democratic coalition government is established. The one-party dictatorship of the Kuomintang is in reality the dictatorship of the anti-popular clique within the Kuomintang, and this dictatorship is the disruptor of China's national unity, the author of the defeats on the Kuomintang front in the war, and the basic obstacle to the mobilization and unification of the anti-Japanese forces of the Chinese people. The Chinese people have become fully aware of the evils of this dictatorship through 8 years of bitter experience in the War of Resistance, and they naturally demand its immediate abolition. This reactionary dictatorship is also the breeder of civil war and, unless it is immediately abolished, it will again bring the calamity of civil war upon them. So widespread and resounding is the outcry of the Chinese people for the abolition of the anti-popular dictatorship that the Kuomintang authorities themselves have been forced to agree publicly to the earlier termination of political tutelage, which shows how far this political tutelage or one-party dictatorship has forfeited popular support and prestige. There is not a single person in China who still dares to assert that political tutelage or one-party dictatorship is any good or that it should not be abolished or terminated, and that marks a great change in the situation. It is definite and beyond all doubt that it should be terminated. But opinions differ as to how to do it. Some say, terminate it at once and establish a provisional democratic coalition government. Others say, wait a bit, convene the National Assembly, and hand state power back to the people and not to a coalition government. What does this mean? It means there are two ways of doing things, the honest way and the dishonest way. First, the honest way. The honest way is immediately to proclaim the abolition of the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship, to establish a provisional central government composed of representatives of the Kuomintang, the Communist Party, the Democratic League and people with no party affiliation, and to promulgate a democratic program of political action such as the immediate demands of the Chinese people which we have set forth above, with the aim of restoring national unity and defeating the Japanese aggressors. A roundtable conference of the representatives of the various parties and people with no party affiliation should be convened to discuss and reach agreement on these matters, and action should then be taken accordingly. This is the road of unity, which the Chinese people will firmly support. Second, the dishonest way. The dishonest way is to disregard the demands of the masses and of all the democratic parties and to insist on convening a so-called National Assembly stage managed by the anti-popular clique in the Kuomintang and have it adopt a constitution which in practice will be anti-democratic and will buttress the dictatorship of this clique, for the purpose of providing a cloak of legality for an illegal national government, a government formed privately through the appointment of a few dozen Kuomintang members, imposed on the people and utterly devoid of any foundation in the popular will, thus making a pretense of handing state power back to the people while actually handing it back to the self-same reactionary clique within the Kuomintang. Whoever disapproves will be accused of sabotaging democracy and unity, which will then be a reason for ordering punitive action against him. This is the road of disruption, which the Chinese people will firmly oppose. The steps our reactionary heroes are preparing to take in line with this splitting policy will probably lead them to destruction. They are putting a noose round their own necks and fastening it there, and this noose is the National Assembly. Their intention is to use the National Assembly as a magic weapon, first, to prevent the formation of a coalition government, second, to maintain their dictatorship, and third, to prepare a justification of civil war. However, the logic of history runs counter to their wishes, and they will be lifting a rock only to drop it on their own toes. For it is now obvious to all that the people in the Kuomintang areas have no freedom and the people in the Japanese-occupied areas cannot take part in elections, while the liberated areas which have freedom are not recognized by the Kuomintang government. Such being the case, how can there be national delegates? How can there be a National Assembly? The National Assembly they are clamoring for is the one the Kuomintang dictatorship rigged up in every detail 8 years ago during the Civil War period. If such an assembly is convened, the whole nation will inevitably rise up against it, and how, it may be asked, will our reactionary heroes get out of that predicament? All in all, the convening of the bogus National Assembly will only lead them to destruction. We communists propose 2 steps for the termination of the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship. First, at the present stage, to establish a provisional coalition government through common agreement among representatives of all parties and people with no party affiliation. Second, in the next stage, to convene a National Assembly after free and unrestricted elections and form a regular coalition government. In both cases there will be a coalition government in which the representatives of all classes and political parties willing to take part are united on a democratic common program in the fight against Japan today and for national construction tomorrow. This is the only course China can take, whatever the intentions of the Kuomintang or other parties, groups, or individuals, whether they like it or not, and whether or not they are conscious of it. This is a historical law, an inexorable trend which no force can reverse. On this and all other problems of democratic reform, we communists declare that although the Kuomintang authorities are still stubbornly persisting in their wrong policies and using negotiations to play for time and allay public opinion, we are ready to resume negotiations with them the moment they show willingness to renounce their present wrong policies and agree to democratic reforms. But the negotiations must be based on the general principle of resistance, unity, and democracy, and we will not agree to any so-called measures, plans or empty pronouncements that depart from this general principle, however pleasing they may sound. 3. Freedom for the people. At present the Chinese people's struggle for freedom is primarily directed against the Japanese aggressors. But the Kuomintang government is preventing them from fighting the Japanese aggressors by depriving them of their freedom and binding them hand and foot. Unless this problem is solved, it will be impossible to mobilize and unify all the anti-Japanese forces of the nation. It is precisely to untie the people's bonds so that they can have the freedom to resist Japan, to unite and to win democracy that our program puts forward such demands as the abolition of the one-party dictatorship, the establishment of a coalition government, the liquidation of the secret police, the revocation of repressive laws and decrees, the punishment of traitors, spies, pro-Japanese elements, fascists, and corrupt officials, the release of political prisoners, the recognition of the legal status of all the democratic parties, the withdrawal of troops encircling or attacking the liberated areas, the recognition of the liberated areas, the abolition of the Pauchia system, and the many other demands relating to the economy, culture, and the mass movement. Freedom is won by the people through struggle, it is not bestowed by anyone as a favor. The people in China's liberated areas have already won freedom, and the people can and must win freedom in the other areas too. The greater the freedom of the Chinese people and the stronger their organized democratic forces, the greater the possibility of forming a provisional and unified coalition government. Once formed, this coalition government will in its turn provide full freedom for the people and so consolidate its own foundations. Only then will it be possible to hold free and unrestricted elections throughout the land after the overthrow of the Japanese aggressors, to create a democratic National Assembly and to establish a regular and unified coalition government. Unless the people have freedom, there can be no national assembly or government genuinely elected by the people. Is this not clear enough? Freedom of speech, press, assembly, association, political conviction, and religious belief, and freedom of the person are the people's most important freedoms. In China only the liberated areas have given full effect to these freedoms. In 1925 Dr. Sun Yat-sen declared in his deathbed testament, "For 40 years I have devoted myself to the cause of the national revolution with the aim of winning freedom and equality for China. My experience during these 40 years has firmly convinced me that to achieve this aim we must arouse the masses of the people and unite in a common fight with those nations of the world who treat us as equals. The unworthy successors of Dr. Sun, who have betrayed him, oppress the masses of the people instead of arousing them, and deprive them of all their freedom of speech, press, assembly, association, political conviction, and religious belief, and freedom of the person. They attach the labels Traitor Party, Traitor Army, and Traitor Areas to the Communist Party, the Eighth Route and New Fourth Armies and the liberated areas, which are all genuinely arousing the masses of the people and protecting their freedoms and rights. We hope that there will soon be an end to this reversal of right and wrong. If it lasts much longer, the Chinese people will lose all patience. For unity of the people. It is imperative to turn a divided China into a united China in order to destroy the Japanese aggressors, prevent civil war and build a new China. Such is the historical task of the Chinese people. But how is China to be united? Through autocratic unification by a dictator or democratic unification by the people. From the time of Yuan Shikai VIII the northern warlords concentrated on autocratic unification. But what was the result? Contrary to their desires, what they obtained was not unification but division, and finally they tumbled from power. Following in Yuan Shikai's footsteps, the anti-popular clique of the Kuomintang sought autocratic unification and waged civil war for fully 10 years, only to let in the Japanese aggressors while they themselves withdrew to Mount Ome. 9 And now from their mountain top they are again shouting about their theory of autocratic unification. To whom are they shouting? Will any upright patriotic Chinese listen to them? Having lived through 16 years of northern warlord rule and 18 years of dictatorial Kuomintang rule, the people have acquired ample experience and discerning eyes. They want democratic unification by the masses and not autocratic unification by a dictator. As early as 1935, we communists put forward the policy of the anti-Japanese National United Front, and we have fought for it ever since. In 1939, when the Kuomintang was enforcing its reactionary measures for restricting the activities of alien parties, thus creating the imminent danger of capitulation, split, and retrogression, and when it was shouting about its theory of autocratic unification, we again declared, there must be unification based on resistance and not on capitulation, on unity and not on splitting, on progress and not on retrogression. Only unification based on resistance, unity, and progress is genuine, and any other kind would be a sham. 6 years have passed, but the issue remains the same. Can there be unity if the people have no freedom or democracy? There will be unity as soon as they have both. The Chinese people's movement for freedom, democracy, and a coalition government is at the same time a movement for unity. When we put forward many demands for freedom, democracy, and a coalition government in our specific program, we are at the same time aiming at unity. It is plain common sense that unless the dictatorship of the anti-popular Kuomintang clique is abolished and a democratic coalition government is formed, not only will it be impossible to carry out any democratic reform in the Kuomintang areas or to mobilize the armies and the people there for the defeat of the Japanese aggressors, but the calamity of civil war will ensue. Why do so many Democrats, with and without party affiliation, including many in the Kuomintang, unanimously demand a coalition government? Because they are clearly aware of the present crisis and realize that there is no other way to overcome it and achieve both unity against the enemy and unity for national construction. 5. The People's Army. Without an army standing on the people's side, it is impossible for the Chinese people to win freedom and unification, establish a coalition government, thoroughly defeat the Japanese aggressors and build a new China. At present the only armed forces that stand wholly on the people's side are the liberated areas 8th Route and New 4th Armies, which are not very large, they are far from sufficient. Yet the Kuomintang group which opposes the people is ceaselessly intriguing to undermine and destroy the armies of the liberated areas. In 1944 the Kuomintang government presented a so-called memorandum demanding that the Communist Party should disband, within a definite time limit, 4/5 of the armed forces of the liberated areas. In 1945, during the most recent negotiations, it has further demanded the handing over of all the armed forces of the liberated areas by the Communist Party, after which it would grant the Communist Party legal status. These people tell the Communists, hand over your troops and we will grant you freedom. According to their theory, a political party that does not have any army should enjoy freedom. Yet whatever freedom the Chinese Communist Party enjoyed during 1924–27, when it had only a small armed force, vanished with the Kuomintang government's policies of party purge and massacre. And today, the China Democratic League and the Democrats within the Kuomintang, who have no armed forces, have no freedom either. Let us take the workers, peasants, and students and the progressively inclined people in cultural, educational and industrial circles under the Kuomintang regime. For the last 18 years none of them have had any armed forces, and none of them have had any freedom. Can it be that all these democratic parties and people have been denied freedom because they organized armies, perpetrated feudal separatism, created traitor areas and violated governmental and military orders? Not in the least. On the contrary, they have been denied freedom precisely because they have done none of these things. The army belongs to the state. That is perfectly true, and there is not an army in the world that does not belong to a state. But what kind of state? A state under the feudal and fascist dictatorship of the big landlords, big bankers, and big compradors, or a new democratic state of the broad masses of the people. The only kind of state for China to establish is a new democratic state, and, on this basis, she should establish a new democratic coalition government. All the armed forces of China must belong to such a government of such a state so that they may safeguard the people's freedom and effectively fight foreign aggressors. The moment a new democratic coalition government comes into being in China, the liberated areas of China will hand their armed forces over to it. But all the Kuomintang armed forces will have to be handed over to it at the same time. In 1924 Dr. Sun Yat-sen said, "Today should mark the beginning of a new epoch in the national revolution. The first step is to unite the armed forces with the people, and the next step is to turn them into the armed forces of the people." 10 It is because they have applied this policy that the 8th Route and New 4th Armies have become the armed forces of the people, that is, the People's Army, and have been able to win victories. During the earlier period of the Northern Expedition, the Kuomintang armies took Dr. Sun's first step, and hence won victories. In the latter period of the Northern Expedition they abandoned even the first step, took a stand against the people, and hence from that time right down to the present they have become more and more corrupt and degenerate, in their element when fighting internal war. They cannot but be out of their element when it comes to fighting external war. Every patriotic officer in the Kuomintang army who has a conscience should set about reviving the Sun Yat-sen spirit and transforming his troops. In the work of transforming the old armies, a suitable education should be given to all officers who are capable of being re-educated to help them to get rid of their obsolete outlook and acquire a correct outlook, so that they can remain and serve in the people's army. It is the duty of the whole nation to struggle for the creation of the army of the Chinese people. Without a people's army the people have nothing. On this question there must be no empty theorizing whatsoever. We communists are ready to give our support to the task of transforming the Chinese army. All those military forces which are willing to unite with the people and to oppose the Japanese aggressors instead of opposing the armed forces of the Chinese liberated areas should be regarded as friendly troops and be given proper assistance by the 8th Route and New 4th Armies. 6. The land problem. To wipe out the Japanese aggressors and build a new China, it is imperative to reform the land system and emancipate the peasants. Dr. Sun Yat-sen's thesis of land to the tiller is correct for the present period of our revolution, which is bourgeois democratic in nature. Why do we say our revolution in the present period is bourgeois democratic in nature? We mean that the target of this revolution is not the bourgeoisie in general but national and feudal oppression, that the measures taken in this revolution are in general directed not at abolishing but at protecting private property, and that as a result of this revolution the working class will be able to build up the strength to lead China in the direction of socialism, though capitalism will still be enabled to grow to an appropriate extent for a fairly long period. Land to the tiller means transferring the land from the feudal exploiters to the peasants, turning the private property of the feudal landlords into the private property of the peasants and emancipating them from feudal agrarian relations, thereby making possible the transformation of an agricultural country into an industrial country. Thus, land to the tiller is in the nature of a bourgeois democratic and not a proletarian socialist demand. It is the demand of all revolutionary democrats and not the demand of us communists alone. The difference is that, in China's circumstances, we communists alone treat this demand with special seriousness, and do not just talk about it but put it into practice. Who are the revolutionary democrats? Apart from the proletariat, who are the most thoroughgoing of the revolutionary democrats, the peasants form by far the largest group. The overwhelming majority of the peasants, that is, all except the rich peasants who have a feudal tail, actively demand land to the tiller. The urban petty bourgeoisie are also revolutionary democrats, and land to the tiller will prove to be to their advantage as well, for it will help to develop the productive forces in agriculture. The national bourgeoisie are a vacillating class. They also approve of land to the tiller because they need markets, but many of them are afraid of it because for the most part they have ties with landed property. Dr. Sun Yat-sen was the earliest revolutionary democrat in China. Representing the revolutionary section of the national bourgeoisie as well as the urban petty bourgeoisie and the peasants, he carried out an armed revolution and put forward his thesis of equalization of land ownership and land to the tiller. But unfortunately he did not take the initiative and reform the land system when he was in power. And when the anti-popular clique of the Kuomintang took power, it completely betrayed what he stood for. It is this clique that is now stubbornly opposing land to the tiller because it represents the stratum of big landlords, bankers, and compradors. As China has no political party exclusively representing the peasants and the political parties of the national bourgeoisie have no thoroughgoing land program, the Chinese Communist Party has become the leader of the peasants and all the other revolutionary democrats, being the only party that has formulated and carried out a thoroughgoing land program, fought earnestly for the peasants' interests and therefore won the overwhelming majority of the peasants as its great ally. From 1927 to 1936, the Chinese Communist Party adopted various measures for the thorough reform of the land system and put Dr. Sun's land to the tiller into effect. It was precisely the reactionary clique of the Kuomintang, that gang of unworthy followers of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who bared their teeth, showed their claws and fought against land to the tiller in 10 years of war against the people. The Communist Party has made a major concession in the anti-Japanese war period by changing the policy of land to the tiller to one of reducing rent and interest. This concession is a correct one, for it helped to bring the Kuomintang into the war against Japan and lessened the resistance of the landlords in the liberated areas to our mobilization of the peasants for the war. If no special obstacle arises, we are prepared to continue this policy after the war, first extending rent and interest reduction to the whole country and then taking proper measures for the gradual achievement of land to the tiller. However, those who have betrayed Dr. Sun oppose the reduction of rent and interest, let alone land to the tiller. The Kuomintang government has not carried out the decree for a 25% reduction in rent and similar decrees which it has promulgated itself. Only we in the liberated areas have enforced them, and for this crime the liberated areas have been labeled traitor areas. In the course of the anti-Japanese war, a so-called theory of two stages, a stage of national revolution and a stage of revolution for democracy and the people's livelihood, has made its appearance. This theory is wrong. Faced with a formidable enemy, we should not raise the question of democratic reforms or the people's livelihood, better wait until the Japanese are gone. Such is the absurd theory put forward by the reactionary clique of the Kuomintang for the purpose of preventing complete victory in the war. Yet there are people who have been echoing this theory and have become its servile adherents. Faced with a formidable enemy, it is impossible for us to build up bases against the Japanese and resist their attacks unless we settle the question of democracy and the people's livelihood. This is what the Chinese Communist Party has been advocating and, moreover, has already put into practice with excellent results. In the period of the anti-Japanese war, reduction of rent and interest and the other democratic reforms all serve the war. In order to lessen the landlords' resistance to the war effort, we have abstained from abolishing their ownership of land and have only reduced rent and interest. At the same time, we have encouraged them to transfer their assets to industry and given the enlightened gentry the opportunity to take part in public activities for the war and in the work of government alongside other representatives of the people. As for the rich peasants, we have encouraged them to develop production. All this is part of the resolute line of democratic reforms in the rural areas and is absolutely necessary. There are two lines. Either stubbornly oppose the Chinese peasants' endeavor to settle the problem of democracy and the people's livelihood, and become corrupt, ineffectual, and utterly incapable of fighting Japan, or firmly support the Chinese peasants in their endeavor, and gain the greatest of allies, constituting 80% of the population, thereby forging tremendous fighting strength. The former is the line of the Kuomintang government, the latter is the line of China's liberated areas. The line of the opportunists is to vacillate between the two, to profess support for the peasants and yet lack the resolve to reduce rent and interest, arm the peasants or establish democratic political power in the rural areas. Using all the forces at its command, the anti-popular clique of the Kuomintang has directed every kind of vicious attack, open and secret, military and political, both with bloodshed and without, against the Chinese Communist Party. Taken in its social setting, the dispute between the two parties is essentially over this issue of agrarian relations. Where exactly did we give offense to the Kuomintang reactionary clique? Is it not on this score? Has it not been precisely by rendering the Japanese aggressors great help on this score that this clique has won favor and encouragement from them? Have not all the charges against the Chinese Communist Party sabotaging the war of resistance and endangering the state, traitor party, traitor army, traitor areas, and disobedience to governmental and military orders been levelled precisely because it has done conscientious work in the true interests of the nation in this sphere? It is the peasants who are the source of China's industrial workers. In the future, additional tens of millions of peasants will go to the cities and enter factories. If China is to build up powerful national industries and many large modern cities, there will have to be a long process of transformation of rural into urban inhabitants. It is the peasants who constitute the main market for China's industry. Only they can supply foodstuffs and raw materials in great abundance and absorb manufactured goods in great quantities. It is the peasants who are the source of the Chinese army. The soldiers are peasants in military uniform, the mortal enemies of the Japanese aggressors. It is the peasants who are the main political force for democracy in China at the present stage. Chinese Democrats will achieve nothing unless they rely on the support of the 360 million peasants. It is the peasants who are the chief concern of China's cultural movement at the present stage. If the 360 million peasants are left out, do not the elimination of illiteracy, popularization of education, literature, and art for the masses and public health become largely empty talk? In saying this, I am of course not ignoring the political, economic, and cultural importance of the rest of the people numbering about 90 million, and in particular am not ignoring the working class, which is politically the most conscious and therefore qualified to lead the whole revolutionary movement. Let there be no misunderstanding. It is absolutely necessary not only for communists but for every Democrat in China to grasp these points. When there is reform of the land system, even such an elementary reform as reduction of rent and interest, the peasants become more interested in production. Then, as the peasants are helped to organize farming and other cooperatives step by step on a voluntary basis, the productive forces will grow. The farming cooperatives at present can only be collective, mutual aid labor organizations based on an individual peasant economy, i.e., on private ownership by the peasants, such as labor exchange teams, mutual aid teams, and work exchange groups. Even so, the increase in labor productivity and output is already astonishing. Such organizations have been widely developed in China's liberated areas and from now on should be spread as much as possible. It might be mentioned that cooperative organization of the labor exchange team type has existed among the peasants for a long time, but in the past it was only a means by which they tried to alleviate their wretchedness. Today the labor exchange teams in China's liberated areas are different both in form and in content. They have become a means by which the peasant masses increase production and strive for a better life. In the last analysis, the impact, good or bad, great or small, of the policy and the practice of any Chinese political party upon the people depends on whether and how much it helps to develop their productive forces, and on whether it fetters or liberates these forces. The social productive forces of China can be liberated only by destroying the Japanese aggressors, carrying out land reform, emancipating the peasants, developing modern industry and establishing an independent, free, democratic, united, prosperous and powerful new China, and this will win the approbation of the Chinese people. It should be pointed out further that it is not easy for city intellectuals who come to work in the countryside to understand the characteristics of the rural areas, i.e., that they are still based on a scattered and backward, individual economy, and that, moreover, the liberated areas are temporarily cut off from one another by the enemy and involved in a guerrilla war. Failing to understand these characteristics, they often inappropriately approach and handle rural problems and rural work from the viewpoint of life and work in the cities, and so divorce themselves from the realities of the countryside and fail to identify themselves with the peasants. It is necessary to overcome this by education. China's numerous revolutionary intellectuals must awaken to the necessity of becoming one with the peasants. The peasants need them and await their help. They should go to the countryside enthusiastically, doff their student garb and put on rough clothing, and willingly start with any work however trivial. They should learn what the peasants want and help to arouse and organize them in the struggle to accomplish the democratic revolution in the countryside, which is one of the most important tasks in China's democratic revolution. After the Japanese aggressors are wiped out, we should confiscate the land usurped by them and the chief traders and distribute it among those peasants who have little or no land. 7. The problem of industry. In order to defeat the Japanese aggressors and build a new China, it is necessary to develop industry. But under the Kuomintang government there is dependence on foreign countries for everything, and its financial and economic policy is ruining the entire economic life of the people. A few small industrial enterprises are all that is to be found in the Kuomintang areas, and in most cases they have been unable to avoid bankruptcy. In the absence of political reforms, all the productive forces are being ruined, and this is true both of agriculture and of industry. By and large, it will be impossible to develop industry unless China is independent, free, democratic, and united. To wipe out the Japanese aggressors is to seek independence. To abolish the Kuomintang's one-party dictatorship, establish a democratic and united coalition government, transform all China's troops into a people's armed force, carry out land reform and emancipate the peasants is to seek freedom, democracy, and unity. Without independence, freedom, democracy, and unity it is impossible to build industry on a really large scale. Without industry there can be no solid national defense, no well-being for the people, no prosperity or strength for the nation. The history of the 105 years since the Opium War of 1840-11, and especially of the 18 years since the Kuomintang came to power, has brought this important point home to the Chinese people. A China that is not poor and weak but prosperous and strong implies a China that is not colonial or semi-colonial but independent, not semi-feudal but free and democratic, not divided but united. In semi-colonial, semi-feudal, and divided China, many people have for years dreamed of developing industry, building up national defense, and bringing well-being to the people and prosperity and power to the nation, but all their dreams have been shattered. Many well-intentioned educators, scientists, and students have buried themselves in their own work or studies and paid no attention to politics in the belief that they could serve the country with their knowledge, but this too has turned out to be a dream that has been shattered. This indeed is a good sign, for the shattering of these childish dreams marks a starting point on China's road towards prosperity and strength. The Chinese people have learned many things in the war. They know that after the defeat of the Japanese aggressors they must build a new democratic China enjoying independence, freedom, democracy, unity, prosperity, and strength, all of which are interrelated and indispensable. If they do so, then a bright future lies before China. The productive forces of the Chinese people will be released and given every possibility to develop only when the political system of new democracy obtains in all parts of China. More and more people are coming to understand this point every day. When the political system of new democracy is won, the Chinese people and their government will have to adopt practical measures in order to build heavy and light industry step by step over a number of years and transform China from an agricultural into an industrial country. The new democratic state cannot be consolidated unless it has a solid economy as its base, a much more advanced agriculture than at present, and a large-scale industry occupying a predominant position in the national economy, with communications, trade, and finance to match. We communists are ready to fight for this objective in cooperation with all the democratic parties and industrial circles throughout the country. The Chinese working class will play a great role in this undertaking. Ever since World War I, the Chinese working class has consciously fought for the independence and liberation of China. The year 1921 witnessed the birth of the Communist Party of China, the vanguard of the working class, and China's struggle for liberation then entered a new stage. During the ensuing three periods, the Northern Expedition, the Agrarian Revolutionary War and the War of Resistance against Japan, the working class and Communist Party of China have worked extremely hard and made an invaluable contribution to the cause of the liberation of the Chinese people. In the struggle for the final defeat of the Japanese aggressors, and especially for the recovery of the big cities and important lines of communications, the Chinese working class will play a very great role. And it can be predicted that after the anti-Japanese war, the effort and contribution of the Chinese working class will be even greater. The task of the Chinese working class is to struggle not only for the establishment of a new democratic state but also for China's industrialization and the modernization of her agriculture. The policy of adjusting the interests of labor and capital will be adopted under the new democratic state system. On the one hand, it will protect the interests of the workers, institute an 8 to 10 hour working day according to circumstances, provide suitable unemployment relief and social insurance and safeguard trade union rights. On the other hand, it will guarantee legitimate profits to properly managed state, private, and cooperative enterprises so that both the public and the private sectors and both labor and capital will work together to develop industrial production. The enterprises and property in China of the Japanese aggressors and of the chief traders will be confiscated and placed at the disposal of the government when Japan is defeated. 8. The problem of culture, education, and the intellectuals. The calamities brought upon the Chinese people by foreign and feudal oppression also affect our national culture. The progressive cultural and educational institutions and progressive cultural workers and educators have particularly suffered. To sweep away foreign and feudal oppression and build a new democratic China, we need large numbers of educators and teachers for the people, and also people's scientists, engineers, technicians, doctors, journalists, writers, men of letters, artists, and rank-and-file cultural workers. They must be imbued with the spirit of serving the people and must work hard. Provided they serve the people creditably, all intellectuals should be esteemed and regarded as valuable national and social assets. The problem of the intellectuals becomes particularly important in China because the country is culturally backward as a result of foreign and feudal oppression and because intellectuals are urgently needed in the people's struggle for liberation. The numerous revolutionary intellectuals have played a very great role in the people's struggle for liberation in the past half-century, and especially since the May 4th movement of 1919 and in the 8 years of the anti-Japanese war. They will play an even greater role in the struggles to come. Therefore, the task of a people's government is systematically to develop all kinds of intellectually equipped cadres from among the ranks of the people and at the same time take care to unite with and re-educate all the useful intellectuals already available. The elimination of illiteracy among 80% of the population is a vital task for the new China. Proper and firm steps should be taken to eliminate all enslaving feudal and fascist culture and education. Vigorous action should be taken to prevent and cure endemic and other diseases among the people and to expand the people's medical and health services. The old type of cultural and educational workers and doctors should be given suitable re-education so that they can acquire a new outlook and new methods to serve the people. The Chinese people's culture and education should be new democratic, that is to say, China should establish her own new national, scientific, and mass culture and education. As for foreign culture, it would be a wrong policy to shut it out, rather we should as far as possible draw on what is progressive in it for use in the development of China's new culture. It would also be wrong to copy it blindly, rather we should draw on it critically to meet the actual needs of the Chinese people. The new culture created in the Soviet Union should be a model for us in building our people's culture. Similarly, ancient Chinese culture should neither be totally rejected nor blindly copied, but should be accepted discriminatingly so as to help the progress of China's new culture. 9. The problem of the minority nationalities. The anti-popular clique of the Kuomintang denies that many nationalities exist in China, and labels all excepting the Han nationality as tribes. It has taken over the reactionary policy of the governments of the Qing dynasty and of the northern warlords in relation to the minority nationalities, oppressing and exploiting them in every possible way. Clear cases in point are the massacre of Mongolians of the Ixchao League in 1943, the armed suppression of the minority nationalities in Xinjiang since 1944 and the massacres of the Hui people in Gansu province in recent years. These are manifestations of a wrong Han chauvinistic ideology and policy. In 1924 Dr. Sun Yat-sen wrote in the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang that the Kuomintang's principle of nationalism has a twofold meaning: first, the liberation of the Chinese nation, and second, the equality of all the nationalities in China, and that the Kuomintang solemnly declares that it recognizes the right to self-determination of all the nationalities in China and that a free and united Republic of China, a free union of all the nationalities, will be established when the anti-imperialist and anti-warlord revolution is victorious. The Communist Party of China is in full agreement with Dr. Sun's policy on nationalities as stated here. Communists must actively help the people of all the minority nationalities to fight for it, and help them, including all their leaders who have ties with the masses, to fight for their political, economic, and cultural emancipation and development and to establish their own armies which will safeguard the people's interests. Their spoken and written languages, their manners and customs and their religious beliefs must be respected. The attitude which the Shenzi-Kansu-Ningxia border region and the liberated areas in northern China have for years adopted towards the Mongolian and Hui nationalities is correct, and the work they have done has been fruitful. 10. The problem of foreign policy. The Communist Party of China agrees with the Atlantic Charter and with the decisions of the international conferences of Moscow, Cairo, Tehran, and the Crimea. 12. Because these decisions all contribute to the defeat of the fascist aggressors and the maintenance of world peace. The fundamental principle of the foreign policy advocated by the Chinese Communist Party is as follows: China shall establish and strengthen diplomatic relations with all countries and settle all questions of common concern, such as coordination of military operations in the war, peace conferences, trade and investment, on the basic conditions that the Japanese aggressors must be completely defeated and world peace maintained, that there must be mutual respect for national independence and equality, and that there must be promotion of mutual interests and friendship between states and between peoples. The Chinese Communist Party fully agrees with the proposals of the Dumbarton Oaks Conference and the decisions of the Crimea Conference on the establishment of an organization to safeguard international peace and security after the war. It welcomes the United Nations Conference on International Organization in San Francisco. It has appointed its own representative on China's delegation to this conference in order to express the will of the Chinese people. 13. We hold that the Kuomintang government must cease its hostility towards the Soviet Union and speedily improve Sino-Soviet relations. The Soviet Union was the first country to renounce the unequal treaties and sign new, equal treaties with China. At the time of the Kuomintang's First National Congress called by Dr. Sun Yat-sen in 1924 and the subsequent Northern Expedition, the Soviet Union was the only country to help China's War of Liberation. When the anti-Japanese war broke out in 1937, the Soviet Union was again the first country to help China against the Japanese aggressors. The Chinese people are grateful to the Soviet government and people for this help. We believe that no final and thorough settlement of the problems of the Pacific is possible without the participation of the Soviet Union. We ask the governments of all the Allied countries, and of the United States and Britain in the first place, to pay serious attention to the voice of the Chinese people and not to impair friendship with them by pursuing foreign policies that run counter to their will. We maintain that if any foreign government helps the Chinese reactionaries and opposes the Chinese people's democratic cause, it will be committing a gross mistake. The Chinese people welcome the steps taken by many foreign governments in renouncing their unequal treaties and concluding new, equal treaties with China. However, we maintain that the conclusion of equal treaties does not in itself mean that China has actually won genuine equality. Genuine and actual equality is never the gift of foreign governments, but must be won mainly by the Chinese people through their own efforts, and the way to win it is to build a new democratic China politically, economically, and culturally, otherwise there will be only nominal and not actual independence and equality. That is to say, China can never win genuine independence and equality by following the present policy of the Kuomintang government. We consider that, after the defeat and unconditional surrender of the Japanese aggressors, it will be necessary to help all the democratic forces of the Japanese people to establish their own democratic system so that Japanese fascism and militarism may be thoroughly wiped out, together with their political, economic, and social roots. Unless the Japanese people have a democratic system, it will be impossible thoroughly to wipe out Japanese fascism and militarism and impossible to ensure peace in the Pacific. We consider the decision of the Cairo Conference regarding the independence of Korea to be correct. The Chinese people should help the Korean people to win liberation. We hope that India will attain independence. For an independent and democratic India is not only needed by the Indian people but is essential for world peace. As regards the Southeast Asian countries Burma, Malaya, Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines, we hope that after the defeat of the Japanese aggressors their people will exercise their right to establish independent and democratic states of their own. As for Thailand, she should be treated like the fascist satellite states in Europe. So much for the major points of our specific program. To repeat, none of the points in this specific program can be successfully carried out on a nationwide scale without a democratic coalition government enjoying the support of the entire nation. By its 24 years of struggle for the cause of the liberation of the Chinese people, the Communist Party of China has attained a position such that any political party or social group or any Chinese or foreigner ignoring its opinion on questions concerning China will be making a serious mistake and courting certain failure. There were, and still are, people who try to ignore our opinions and to follow their own bigoted course, but they have all ended in a blind alley. Why? Simply because our opinions conform to the interests of the Chinese masses. The Chinese Communist Party is the most faithful spokesman of the Chinese people, and whoever fails to respect it in fact fails to respect the Chinese masses and is doomed to defeat. The tasks in the Kuomintang areas. I have now given a detailed explanation of our party's general and specific programs. There is no doubt that these programs will eventually be put into effect throughout China. This is the vista that the international and domestic situation as a whole has opened up for the Chinese people. However, at the moment conditions in the Kuomintang areas, the enemy-occupied areas and the liberated areas differ from each other, making it necessary for us to distinguish between them in implementing our program. Different conditions give rise to different tasks. Some of these tasks I have already explained above, while others still need elaboration. In the Kuomintang areas, the people are not free to engage in patriotic activity, and democratic movements are considered illegal, and yet various social strata, democratic parties, and individuals are becoming increasingly active. The China Democratic League issued a manifesto in January this year demanding the termination of the Kuomintang's one-party dictatorship and the establishment of a coalition government. Many sections of the people have made similar declarations. Within the Kuomintang, too, many people are showing increasing doubt and discontent over the policies of the leading bodies of their own party, are becoming increasingly aware of the danger of their party's isolation from the people, and are therefore demanding democratic reform suited to the times. In Chongqing and other places, democratic movements are growing among the workers, the peasants, cultural circles, the students, educational circles, women, industrial and commercial circles, government employees, and even among some of the soldiers and officers. Those facts indicate that the democratic movements of all the oppressed strata are gradually converging on a common objective. One weakness of the present movements is that the basic sections of society have not yet joined it on a wide scale, and that the most important forces, namely, the peasants, workers, soldiers and the lower-ranking government employees and teachers, who are all suffering so bitterly, are not yet organized. Another weakness is that many of the democratic personalities in the movement are still unclear and hesitant about the fundamental policy, namely, that a change in the situation must be sought through the waging of struggle on a democratic mass basis. However, the objective situation is compelling all the oppressed strata, political parties, and social groups gradually to awaken and unite. No suppression by the Kuomintang government can stop the advance of this movement. All the oppressed strata, political parties, and social groups in the Kuomintang areas must extend their democratic movement on a broad scale and gradually weld their scattered forces together in order to fight for national unity, the establishment of a coalition government, the defeat of the Japanese aggressors, and the building of a new China. The Communist Party of China and the people of the liberated areas should give them every possible help. In the Kuomintang areas, the Communists should continue to pursue the policy of a broad national united front against Japan. In the fight for common objectives, we should cooperate with anyone who does not oppose us today, even though he might have done so yesterday. The tasks in the Japanese occupied areas. In the occupied areas, Communists should call on all who oppose Japan to follow the French and Italian examples and form organizations and underground forces to prepare armed uprisings, so that when the time comes they can act from the inside in coordination with the armies attacking from the outside and so wipe out the Japanese aggressors. The atrocities, plunder, rape, and humiliation suffered by our brothers and sisters in the occupied areas at the hands of the Japanese aggressors and their servile lackeys have aroused the burning wrath of all Chinese, and the hour of revenge is fast approaching. The victories in the European theater of war and the victories of our 8th Route and new 4th Armies have stimulated and heightened the anti-Japanese spirit of the people in the occupied areas. They urgently want to become organized so as to achieve liberation as quickly as possible. Therefore, we must raise our work in the occupied areas to the same level of importance as that in the liberated areas. Large numbers of our working personnel must be sent to work there. Large numbers of activists among the people there must be trained and promoted and must take part in local work. We must intensify our underground work in the 4 northeastern provinces which have been occupied longer than any other region and which form a key industrial and troop concentration area for the Japanese aggressors. With a view to the recovery of these lost territories, we should strengthen our solidarity with the people who have fled south from the northeast. Communists should pursue the broadest united front policy in all the occupied areas. For the overthrow of the common enemy they must unite with anyone who is opposed to the Japanese aggressors and their servile lackeys. We should warn all the puppet armies, the puppet police and others who are helping the enemy and opposing their countrymen that they must quickly recognize the criminal nature of their actions, repent in time and atone for their crimes by helping their countrymen against the enemy. Otherwise the nation will certainly call them to account the day the enemy collapses. Communists should direct persuasive propaganda at all puppet organizations with a mass following so as to win the masses who have been misled over to our side against the national enemy. At the same time, evidence should be collected about those impenitent collaborators who have committed the most heinous crimes, so that they can be brought to justice when the lost territories are recovered. Those Kuomintang reactionaries who have betrayed the nation by organizing open collaborators to fight the Chinese people, the Communist Party, the Eighth Route Army, the new Fourth Army and other armed forces of the people must be warned to repent in time. Otherwise, when the lost territories are recovered, they will certainly be punished for their crimes along with the collaborators with Japan and will be shown no mercy. The tasks in the liberated areas. Our party has put its whole new democratic program into practice in the liberated areas with striking results, and so built up tremendous anti-Japanese strength, and from now on this strength should be developed and consolidated in every way. In the prevailing circumstances, the troops of the liberated areas should launch extensive attacks on all places that can be captured from the Japanese and puppets in order to expand the liberated areas and reduce the occupied areas. But at the same time it should be borne in mind that the enemy is still strong and may launch further attacks on the liberated areas. The army and the people of our areas must be ready at all times to smash his attacks and must work in every way to consolidate these areas. We must expand the armies, the guerrilla units, the People's Militia and the Self-Defense Corps of the liberated areas, and increase their combat effectiveness by speeding up their training and consolidation in order to build up adequate strength for the final defeat of the aggressors. The army in the liberated areas must support the government and cherish the people, while the democratic governments must lead the people in the work of supporting the army and taking good care of the families of soldiers fighting Japan. In this way relations between the army and the people will become still better. In the work of the local coalition governments and mass organizations, communists should continue to cooperate closely with all anti-Japanese Democrats on the basis of the new democratic program. Similarly, in military work, communists should cooperate closely with all anti-Japanese Democrats who are willing to cooperate with us, whether or not they are members of the armies of the liberated areas. To increase the enthusiasm of the masses of the workers, peasants, and other working people for the war and for production, we must thoroughly apply the policy of reducing rent and interest and of increasing the pay of workers and office staff. The cadres of the liberated areas must diligently learn to do economic work. All available forces must be mobilized for the extensive development of agriculture, industry, and trade and the improvement of the livelihood of the soldiers and the people. For this purpose there must be labor emulation campaigns, and rewards should be given to labor heroes and model workers. When the Japanese aggressors are driven out of the cities, our personnel must rapidly learn how to do urban economic work. Our cultural and educational work must be developed in order to raise the level of political consciousness of the people in the liberated areas and, above all, of the masses of the workers, peasants, and soldiers, and in order to train large numbers of cadres. In carrying forward this work, those engaged in it should adopt forms and select contents suited to the existing rural conditions and to the needs and wishes of the people in the countryside. In all our work in the liberated areas, manpower and material resources must be used most sparingly, and in every field long-term plans must be made, and misuse and waste must be avoided. This is needed both for defeating the Japanese aggressors and for building up the new China. In all our work in the liberated areas, we must take great care to help the local people administer local affairs and to cultivate many local cadres from among the best local people. It will be impossible to accomplish the great task of the democratic revolution in the rural areas unless comrades who come from other places identify themselves with the local people and help the local cadres wholeheartedly, painstakingly and in ways that fit the actual conditions, and unless they cherish them like their own brothers and sisters. When a unit of the 8th Route Army, the new 4th Army or any other armed force of the people arrives at a place, it should immediately help the local people to organize forces led by the local cadres, including not only militia and self-defense corps but also local troops and regional forces. This will make possible the eventual creation of regular forces and regular army formations led by local people. This is an extremely important task. Unless it is accomplished, we can neither build stable anti-Japanese base areas nor expand the people's army. Of course the local people for their part should warmly welcome and help the revolutionary workers and people's forces coming from other areas. Everybody should be alerted on the question of dealing with covert wreckers. For it is easy to spot and handle overt enemies and wreckers of the national cause, but not those who work undercover. Therefore we should take up this matter in all seriousness and at the same time be very careful in dealing with such people. All religions are permitted in China's liberated areas, in accordance with the principle of freedom of religious belief. All believers in Protestantism, Catholicism, Islamism, Buddhism, and other faiths enjoy the protection of the people's government so long as they are abiding by its laws. Everyone is free to believe or not to believe, neither compulsion nor discrimination is permitted. Our Congress should propose to the people of the liberated areas that a People's Conference of the Chinese Liberated Areas 14 be held in Yan'an as soon as possible to discuss the questions of coordinating the activities of the various liberated areas, strengthening their work in the war of resistance, helping the people's anti-Japanese democratic movement in the Kuomintang areas, helping the underground armed forces of the people in the occupied areas, and promoting national unity and the formation of a coalition government. Now that China's liberated areas have become the center of gravity in the nationwide people's struggle to resist Japan and save the country, the broad masses throughout the country pin their hopes on us and it is our duty not to disappoint them. Such a conference would give great impetus to the Chinese people's cause of national liberation. Let the whole party unite and fight to accomplish its tasks. Comrades, now that we understand our tasks and the policies for accomplishing them, what should be our attitude in carrying out these policies and performing these tasks? The present international and domestic situation opens up bright prospects and provides unprecedentedly favorable conditions for us and the Chinese people as a whole, this is evident and beyond doubt. But at the same time there are still serious difficulties. Anyone who sees only the bright side but not the difficulties cannot fight effectively for the accomplishment of the party's tasks. Together with the Chinese people, our party has built up immense strength for the Chinese nation in the 24 years of the party's history, including the 8 years of the War of Resistance against Japan. The success of our work is obvious and beyond doubt. But at the same time there are still defects in our work. Anyone who sees only the successful side but not the defects likewise cannot fight effectively for the accomplishment of the party's tasks. In the 24 years since its birth in 1921, the Communist Party of China has gone through 3 great struggles: the Northern Expedition, the Agrarian Revolutionary War and the War of Resistance against Japan, which is still going on. From its very beginning our party has based itself on the theory of Marxism-Leninism, for Marxism-Leninism is the crystallization of the most correct and most revolutionary scientific thought of the world proletariat. When the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism began to be integrated with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution, the Chinese Revolution took on an entirely new complexion and the entire historical stage of new democracy emerged. Armed with Marxist-Leninist theory, the Communist Party of China has brought a new style of work to the Chinese people, a style of work which essentially entails integrating theory with practice, forging close links with the masses and practicing self-criticism. The universal truth of Marxism-Leninism, which reflects the practice of proletarian struggle throughout the world, becomes an invincible weapon for the Chinese people when it is integrated with the concrete practice of the revolutionary struggle of the Chinese proletariat and people. This the Communist Party of China has achieved. Our party has grown and advanced through staunch struggle against every manifestation of dogmatism and empiricism, which runs counter to this principle. Dogmatism is divorced from concrete practice, while empiricism mistakes fragmentary experience for universal truth. Both kinds of opportunist thinking run counter to Marxism. In the course of its 24 years of struggle our party has successfully fought such wrong thinking and it is still doing so, thus greatly consolidating itself ideologically. Our party now has 1,210,000 members. The overwhelming majority have joined during the War of Resistance, and there are various impurities in their ideology. The same is true of some of the members who joined the party before the war. The work of rectification in the last few years has been most successful and has gone a long way towards removing these impurities. This work should be continued, and ideological education within the party should be developed still more extensively in the spirit of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness to save the patient. We must enable the party's leading cadres at all levels to understand that close integration of theory and practice is a hallmark distinguishing our party from all other political parties. Therefore, ideological education is the key link to be grasped in uniting the whole party for great political struggles. Unless this is done, the party cannot accomplish any of its political tasks. Another hallmark distinguishing our party from all other political parties is that we have very close ties with the broadest masses of the people. Our point of departure is to serve the people wholeheartedly and never for a moment divorce ourselves from the masses, to proceed in all cases from the interests of the people and not from the interests of individuals or groups, and to understand the identity of our responsibility to the people and our responsibility to the leading organs of the party. Communists must be ready at all times to stand up for the truth, because truth is in the interests of the people. Communists must be ready at all times to correct their mistakes, because mistakes are against the interests of the people. 24 years of experience tell us that the right task, policy, and style of work invariably conform with the demands of the masses at a given time and place and invariably strengthen our ties with the masses, and the wrong task, policy, and style of work invariably disagree with the demands of the masses at a given time and place and invariably alienate us from the masses. The reason why such evils as dogmatism, empiricism, commandism, tailism, sectarianism, bureaucracy, and an arrogant attitude in work are definitely harmful and intolerable, and why anyone suffering from these maladies must overcome them, is that they alienate us from the masses. Our Congress should call upon the whole party to be vigilant and to see that no comrade at any post is divorced from the masses. It should teach every comrade to love the people and listen attentively to the voice of the masses, to identify himself with the masses wherever he goes and, instead of standing above them, to immerse himself among them, and, according to their present level, to awaken them or raise their political consciousness and help them gradually to organize themselves voluntarily and to set going all essential struggles permitted by the internal and external circumstances of the given time and place. Commandism is wrong in any type of work, because in overstepping the level of political consciousness of the masses and violating the principle of voluntary mass action, it reflects the disease of impetuosity. Our comrades must not assume that everything they themselves understand is understood by the masses. Whether the masses understand it and are ready to take action can be discovered only by going into their midst and making investigations. If we do so, we can avoid commandism. Tailism in any type of work is also wrong, because in falling below the level of political consciousness of the masses and violating the principle of leading the masses forward, it reflects the disease of dilatoriness. Our comrades must not assume that the masses have no understanding of what they themselves do not yet understand. It often happens that the masses outstrip us and are eager to advance a step when our comrades are still tailing behind certain backward elements, for instead of acting as leaders of the masses, such comrades reflect the views of these backward elements and, moreover, mistake them for those of the broad masses. In a word, every comrade must be brought to understand that the supreme test of the words and deeds of a communist is whether they conform with the highest interests and enjoy the support of the overwhelming majority of the people. Every comrade must be helped to understand that as long as we rely on the people, believe firmly in the inexhaustible creative power of the masses and hence trust and identify ourselves with them, no enemy can crush us while we can crush every enemy and overcome every difficulty. Conscientious practice of self-criticism is still another hallmark distinguishing our party from all other political parties. As we say, dust will accumulate if a room is not cleaned regularly, our faces will get dirty if they are not washed regularly. Our comrades' minds and our party's work may also collect dust, and also need sweeping and washing. The proverb running water is never stale and a door hinge is never worm-eaten means that constant motion prevents the inroads of germs and other organisms. To check up regularly on our work and in the process develop a democratic style of work, to fear neither criticism nor self-criticism, and to apply such good popular Chinese maxims as say all you know and say it without reserve, blame not the speaker but be warned by his words and correct mistakes if you have committed them and guard against them if you have not. This is the only effective way to prevent all kinds of political dust and germs from contaminating the minds of our comrades and the body of our party. The reason for the great effectiveness of the rectification movement, the purpose of which was to learn from past mistakes to avoid future ones and to cure the sickness to save the patient, was that the criticism and self-criticism we carried out were honest and conscientious, and not perfunctory and distorted. As we Chinese communists, who base all our actions on the highest interests of the broadest masses of the Chinese people and who are fully convinced of the justice of our cause, never balk at any personal sacrifice and are ready at all times to give our lives for the cause, can we be reluctant to discard any idea, viewpoint, opinion, or method which is not suited to the needs of the people? Can we be willing to allow political dust and germs to dirty our clean faces or eat into our healthy organism? Countless revolutionary martyrs have laid down their lives in the interests of the people, and our hearts are filled with pain as we the living think of them. Can there be any personal interest, then, that we would not sacrifice or any error that we would not discard? Comrades, when this Congress is over, we shall go to the front and, guided by its resolutions, fight to bring about the final defeat of the Japanese aggressors and to build a new China. To achieve this aim, we shall unite with all the people of our country. Let me repeat, we shall unite with any class, any party, any group, or individual if they are for the defeat of the Japanese aggressors and the building of a new China. To achieve this aim, we shall solidly unite all the forces of our party on democratic centralist principles of organization and discipline. We shall unite with any comrade if he abides by the party's program, constitution, and decisions. In the period of the Northern Expedition our party had a membership of less than 60,000, most of whom were later dispersed by the enemy. In the period of the Agrarian Revolutionary War we had a membership of less than 300,000, most of whom were likewise dispersed by the enemy. Now we have more than 1,200,000 members. This time we must in no circumstances allow ourselves to be dispersed by the enemy. If we can profit from the experience of those three periods, if we are modest and guard against conceit and are able to strengthen unity among all comrades inside the party and with all the people outside the party, we can rest assured that, far from being dispersed by the enemy, we shall destroy the Japanese aggressors and their servile running dogs resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely, and thereafter build a new democratic China. The experience of the three periods of the revolution, and especially that of the war of resistance against Japan, has convinced us and the whole Chinese people that without the efforts of the Chinese Communist Party, without the Chinese Communists as the mainstay of the Chinese people, China can never achieve independence or liberation or industrialization and the modernization of her agriculture. Comrades, I firmly believe that with the Communist Party of China armed with the experience of the three revolutions, we can accomplish our great political task. Thousands upon thousands of martyrs have heroically laid down their lives for the people. Let us hold their banner high and march ahead along the path crimson with their blood. A new democratic China will soon be born. Let us hail that great day. The foolish old man who removed the mountains. June 11, 1945. This was Comrade Mao Zedong's concluding speech at the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. We have had a very successful Congress. We have done three things. First, we have decided on the line of our party, which is boldly to mobilize the masses and expand the people's forces so that, under the leadership of our party, they will defeat the Japanese aggressors, liberate the whole people and build a new democratic China. Second, we have adapted the new party constitution. Third, we have elected the leading body of the party, the Central Committee. Henceforth our task is to lead the whole membership in carrying out the party line. Ours has been a Congress of victory, a Congress of unity. The delegates have made excellent comments on the three reports. Many comrades have undertaken self-criticism, with unity as the objective. Unity has been achieved through self-criticism. This Congress is a model of unity, of self-criticism and of inter-party democracy. When the Congress closes, many comrades will be leaving for their posts and the various war fronts. Comrades, wherever you go, you should propagate the line of the Congress and, through the members of the party, explain it to the broad masses. Our aim in propagating the line of the Congress is to build up the confidence of the whole party and the entire people in the certain triumph of the revolution. We must first raise the political consciousness of the vanguard so that, resolute and unafraid of sacrifice, they will surmount every difficulty to win victory. But this is not enough. We must also arouse the political consciousness of the entire people so that they may willingly and gladly fight together with us for victory. We should fire the whole people with the conviction that China belongs not to the reactionaries but to the Chinese people. There is an ancient Chinese fable called The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains. It tells of an old man who lived in northern China long, long ago and was known as the Foolish Old Man of North Mountain. His house faced south and beyond his doorway stood the two great peaks, Taihang and Wangguo, obstructing the way. He called his sons, and hoe in hand they began to dig up these mountains with great determination. Another graybeard, known as the Wise Old Man, saw them and said derisively, "How silly of you to do this! It is quite impossible for you few to dig up those two huge mountains." The foolish old man replied, "When I die, my sons will carry on, when they die, there will be my grandsons, and then their sons and grandsons, and so on to infinity. High as they are, the mountains cannot grow any higher, and with every bit we dig, they will be that much lower. Why can't we clear them away?" Having refuted the wise old man's wrong view, he went on digging every day, unshaken in his conviction. God was moved by this, and he sent down two angels, who carried the mountains away on their backs. Today, two big mountains lie like a dead weight on the Chinese people. One is imperialism, the other is feudalism. The Chinese Communist Party has long made up its mind to dig them up. We must persevere and work unceasingly, and we, too, will touch God's heart. Our God is none other than the masses of the Chinese people. If they stand up and dig together with us, why can't these two mountains be cleared away? Yesterday, in a talk with two Americans who were leaving for the United States, I said that the US government was trying to undermine us and this would not be permitted. We oppose the US government's policy of supporting Chiang Kai-shek against the communists. But we must draw a distinction, firstly, between the people of the United States and their government and, secondly, within the US government between the policy makers and their subordinates. I said to these two Americans, "Tell the policy makers in your government that we forbid you Americans to enter the liberated areas because your policy is to support Chiang Kai-shek against the communists, and we have to be on our guard. You can come to the liberated areas if your purpose is to fight Japan, but there must first be an agreement. We will not permit you to nose around everywhere." Since Patrick J. Hurley I has publicly declared against cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party, why do you still want to come and prowl around in our liberated areas? The US government's policy of supporting Chiang Kai-shek against the communists shows the brazenness of the US reactionaries. But all the scheming of the reactionaries, whether Chinese or foreign, to prevent the Chinese people from achieving victory is doomed to failure. The democratic forces are the main current in the world today, while reaction is only a countercurrent. The reactionary countercurrent is trying to swamp the main current of national independence and people's democracy, but it can never become the main current. Today, there are still three major contradictions in the old world, as Stalin pointed out long ago. First, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the imperialist countries. Second, the contradiction between the various imperialist powers, and third, the contradiction between the colonial and semi-colonial countries and the imperialist metropolitan countries. Not only do these three contradictions continue to exist, but they are becoming more acute and widespread. Because of their existence and growth, the time will come when the reactionary anti-Soviet, anti-communist and anti-democratic countercurrent still in existence today will be swept away. At this moment two congresses are being held in China, the 6th National Congress of the Kuomintang and the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party. They have completely different aims. The aim of one is to liquidate the Communist Party and all the other democratic forces in China and thus to plunge China into darkness. The aim of the other is to overthrow Japanese imperialism and its lackeys, the Chinese feudal forces, and build a new democratic China and thus to lead China to light. Those two lines are in conflict with each other. We firmly believe that, led by the Chinese Communist Party and guided by the line of its 7th Congress, the Chinese people will achieve complete victory, while the Kuomintang's counter-revolutionary line will inevitably fail. On production by the army for its own support and on the importance of the great movements for rectification and for production. April 27, 1945. This was an editorial written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Liberation Daily, Yan'an. In the existing circumstances in which our army is facing extreme material difficulties and is engaged in dispersed operations, it is absolutely inadmissible for the leading bodies to assume full responsibility for provisioning the army, for to do so would both hamper the initiative of the large numbers of officers and men at the lower levels and fail to satisfy their needs. We should say, comrades, let us all go into action and overcome our difficulties. If only the leadership at the higher levels sets the tasks well and gives the lower levels a free hand to overcome difficulties by their own efforts, the problem will be solved and, indeed, solved in a more satisfactory way. But if, instead, the higher levels always shoulder loads heavier than they can really carry, dare not give the lower levels a free hand and do not arouse enthusiasm for self-reliance among the broad masses, then in spite of all the efforts of the higher levels the result will be that both the higher and the lower levels will find themselves in a predicament, and the problem will never be solved in the existing circumstances. The experience of the last few years has amply borne this out. The principle of unified leadership and decentralized management has proved to be the correct one for organizing all economic activities in our liberated areas in the present circumstances. The armed forces of the liberated areas already total more than 900,000 men. To defeat the Japanese aggressors, we must increase them to several times this number. But we have so far received no outside aid. Even if we get it in the future, we shall still have to provide our own means of livelihood. On that score there must be no illusions whatsoever. In the near future we shall have to take the necessary number of military formations from the areas where they are now engaged in dispersed operations, and concentrate them for attack on particular enemy objectives. Such big formations for concentrated action will be unable to engage in production to support themselves, and, what is more, will need large supplies from the rear. Only the local troops and regional formations remaining behind, and they will still be considerable, will be able both to fight and to engage in production as before. Such being the case, is there any doubt that, as long as fighting and training are not impeded, all troops without exception should use the present opportunity to learn how to be partially self-supporting through production? In our circumstances, production by the army for its own support, though backward or retrogressive in form, is progressive in substance and of great historic significance. Formally speaking, we are violating the principle of division of labor. However, in our circumstances the poverty and disunity of the country, resulting from the crimes of the chief ruling clique of the Kuomintang, and the protracted and dispersed people's guerrilla war, what we are doing is progressive. Look how pale and emaciated the Kuomintang soldiers are, and how robust and strong our soldiers of the liberated areas are. Look what difficulties we ourselves had before we started production for self-support, and how much better off we have been since. Let us ask 2 army units here, say 2 companies, to choose between the 2 methods, i.e., between the higher levels supplying them with all their means of livelihood and the higher levels supplying little or nothing but letting them produce for themselves all that they need, or the greater part, or half, or even less than half of what they need. Which method will yield better results? Which will they prefer? After a year's serious experiment in production for self-support, they will surely answer that the second method yields better results and be willing to adopt it, and they will surely answer that the first method yields poorer results and be unwilling to adopt it. The reason is that the second method can improve the living conditions of everyone in the army, whereas the first method can never satisfy their needs in the present difficult material circumstances, however hard the higher levels may try. Because we have adopted what seems to be a backward and retrogressive method, our troops are able to overcome shortages in the means of livelihood and improve their living conditions, so that every soldier is robust and strong. As a result, we are able to ease the tax burden on the people who are also in difficulties, thus winning their support, and we are able to keep up the protracted war and expand our armed forces, thus extending the liberated areas, reducing the enemy-occupied areas, and attaining our objective of final victory over the aggressor and the liberation of the whole of China. Is this not of great historic significance? Production by the army for its own support has not only improved the army's living conditions and lightened the burden on the people, thereby making it possible further to expand the army. In addition, it has had many immediate effects. They are as follows. 1. Improved relations between officers and men. Officers and men work together in production and become like brothers. 2. Better attitude to labor. What we now have is neither the old mercenary system nor universal military service, but a third system, the system of mobilizing volunteers. It is better than the mercenary system since it does not produce so many loafers, but it is not so good as universal military service. Nevertheless, our present conditions only allow us to adopt the system of mobilizing volunteers, and not that of universal military service. The mobilized soldiers have to lead an army life for a long time, which may impair their attitude to labor and so turn some of them into loafers or taint them with certain bad habits characteristic of the warlord armies. But since the army began to produce for its own support, the attitude to labor has improved and loafer ways have been overcome. 3. Strengthened discipline. Far from weakening discipline in battle and in army life, labor discipline in production actually strengthens it. 4. Improved relations between the army and the people. Once an armed force begins to keep house for itself, encroachments upon the property of the people seldom or never occur. As the army and the people exchange labor and help each other in production, the friendship between them is strengthened. 5. Less grumbling in the army about the government and improved relations between the two. 6. An impetus to the great production campaign of the people. Once the army engages in production, the need for government and other organizations to do likewise becomes more obvious, and they do so more energetically. Also, the need for a universal campaign of the whole people to increase production naturally becomes more obvious, and this too is carried on more energetically. The widespread movements for rectification and for production which began in 1942 and 1943 respectively have played and are still playing a decisive role, the one in our ideological and the other in our material life. Unless we grasp these two links at the right time, we shall be unable to grasp the whole chain of the revolution, and our struggle will not advance. As we know, of the members who joined the party before 1937, only a few tens of thousands are left, and most of our present membership of 1,200,000 come from the peasantry and other sections of the petty bourgeoisie. The revolutionary fervor of these comrades is admirable and they wish to have Marxist training, but they have brought with them into the party ideas which are out of keeping or not altogether in keeping with Marxism. The same is true of some people who joined the party before 1937. It constitutes an extremely serious contradiction, an enormous difficulty. In those circumstances, could we have advanced smoothly if we had not started a widespread movement of Marxist education, that is, the rectification movement? Obviously not. But as we have solved or are in the process of solving this contradiction among large numbers of cadres, the contradiction, within the party, between the proletarian ideology and non-proletarian ideologies, including those of the petty bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie, and even of the landlord class, but mainly of the petty bourgeoisie, i.e., the contradiction between the Marxist ideology and non-Marxist ideologies. Our party can go forward with great, firm strides in unprecedented, though not complete, ideological, political, and organizational unity. From now on our party can and should grow even larger and, guided by the principles of Marxist ideology, we shall be able to steer its further development still more effectively. The other link is the movement for production. The war of resistance has been going on for 8 years. When it began we had food and clothing. But things got steadily worse until we were in great difficulty, running short of grain, short of cooking oil and salt, short of bedding and clothing, short of funds. This great difficulty, this great contradiction, came in the wake of the big Japanese offensives and the Kuomintang government's 3 large-scale attacks on the people, the anti-communist onslaughts, in 1940–43. Could our anti-Japanese struggle have progressed if we had not overcome this difficulty, solved this contradiction, grasped this link? Obviously not. But we have learned and are still learning to develop production, and so we are again full of vigor and vitality. Fearing no enemy, we shall prevail over them all in a few years. Thus there can be no doubt of the historic importance of the 2 great movements for rectification and production. Let us go forward and spread those 2 great movements everywhere as a foundation for the fulfillment of other tasks in our struggle. If we can do so, the complete liberation of the Chinese people will be assured. Now is the season for spring plowing, and it is hoped that the leading comrades, all the working personnel and the masses of the people in every liberated area will grasp the link of production in good time and strive for even greater achievements than those of last year. Greater efforts must be made this year, particularly in areas which have not yet learned to develop production. The Hurley-Chang duet is a flop. July 10, 1945. Comrade Mao Zedong wrote this comment for the Xinhua news agency. Convened to camouflage Chiang Kai-shek's dictatorial regime, the Fourth People's Political Council opened in Chungking on July 7. It was the smallest opening session on record. Not only was nobody present from the Chinese Communist Party, but many members of the council from other groups were absent too. Out of a total membership of 290, only 180 turned up. Chiang Kai-shek held forth at this opening session as follows. The government is not going to submit any specific proposal on questions relating to the convocation of the National Assembly, and you gentlemen can therefore discuss these matters fully. The government is ready to listen to your opinions on these questions in all honesty and sincerity. This will probably be the end of the whole business about convoking the National Assembly on November 12 this year. The imperialist Patrick J. Hurley has had something to do with this business. At first he strongly encouraged Chiang Kai-shek to make such a move, and it was this that put some stiffening into Chiang Kai-shek's New Year's Day speech, one and a great deal more into his March 1 speech too, in which he announced his determination to hand state power back to the people on November 12. In his speech of March 1 he flatly rejected the Chinese Communist Party's proposal, which voiced the general will of the Chinese people, that a conference of all parties be convened and a coalition government established. He gleefully played up the idea of forming a so-called Committee of 3, including an American, to reorganize the armed forces of the Chinese Communist Party. He had the audacity to say that the Chinese Communist Party must hand over its troops before he would bestow legal status upon it. In all this, the backing of His Worship Patrick J. Hurley was decisive. In a statement in Washington on April 2, Hurley did his best to boost Chiang Kai-shek's National Assembly and other such nasty schemes, in addition to denying the role of the Chinese Communist Party, vilifying its activities, declaring against cooperation with it, and uttering other such imperialist platitudes. Thus the duet between Hurley in the United States and Chiang Kai-shek in China reached its most raucous pitch, with the sacrifice of the Chinese people as the common objective. Since then the show seems to have flagged. Countless voices have been raised in protest everywhere, among both Chinese and foreigners, both inside and outside the Kuomintang, among people with party affiliations and without. The sole reason is that for all its high-sounding language, the Hurley-Chang racket is designed to sacrifice the interests of the Chinese people, further wreck their unity, and as it were, lay a mine to set off large-scale civil war in China, thereby damaging the common interests of the people of the United States and other allied countries during the anti-fascist war and the prospects of peaceful coexistence afterwards. At the moment Hurley seems to be lying low, busying himself with no one knows what, with the result that Chiang Kai-shek has to talk twaddle before the People's Political Council. Previously, on March 1, Chiang Kai-shek said, "The conditions in our country differ from those in other countries. Prior to the convocation of the National Assembly, we have no responsible organization which is representative of the people and through which the government can consult the people for their opinions. If that is so, why does our Generalissimo now go to the People's Political Council to listen to opinions?" According to him, there is no responsible organization in the whole of China through which one can consult the people for their opinions. It follows that the People's Political Council as an organization exists merely to eat, and his listening to it has no legal basis. Be that as it may, if the People's Political Council says even a single word against the convocation of the bogus National Assembly, it will have done a good deed and merited divine grace, though by so doing it would have violated the imperial edict of March 1 and committed lèse-majesté. Of course, it is still premature to make any comment on the People's Political Council, as we have to wait a few days to see what it will produce for the Generalissimo to listen to. One thing, however, is certain: ever since the Chinese people began raising their voices in protest against this National Assembly, even the enthusiasts for constitutional monarchy have been worried about our monarch, cautioning him not to stick his neck into a noose by convening a parliament of pigs and warning him of the fate of Yuan Shikai. Who knows but that our monarch may stay his hand in consequence? But it is absolutely certain that he and his retinue will not allow the people to gain a particle of power, if that would cost them a single hair. The immediate proof is that His Majesty has described the people's justified criticism as unbridled attacks. He said, "Under war conditions a general election is obviously out of the question in the Japanese occupied areas. Consequently 2 years ago the plenary session of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang resolved to convoke the National Assembly and institute constitutional government within a year after the conclusion of the war. However, in certain quarters unbridled attacks were made at that time. And the grounds for these attacks were that the state might be too late. His Majesty thereupon proposed that the National Assembly be convoked as soon as the war situation is stabilized, in view of the possibility that the final conclusion of the war may be delayed and that order may not be quickly restored everywhere even after the end of the war. Much to his surprise, these people again made unbridled attacks. This has put His Majesty in a terrible fix. But the Chinese people must teach Chiang Kai-shek and his group a lesson and tell them, whatever you say or do, no tricks in violation of the people's wishes will be tolerated. What the Chinese people demand is immediate democratic reforms, such as the release of political prisoners, the abolition of the Secret Service, and the granting of freedoms to the people and of legal status to the political parties. You are doing none of these things and instead are simply juggling with the pseudo-problem of the date of the National Assembly. This will not deceive even a 3-year-old. Without a minimum of genuine democratic reforms, all your assemblies, large or small, will be thrown into the cesspit. Call this an unbridled attack if you like, but every deception of this kind must be exploded resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely, with not a trace allowed to remain. The reason is simply that it is a swindle. Whether or not there is a National Assembly is one thing and whether or not there is a minimum of democratic reforms is quite another. The former can be dispensed with for the time being, but the latter must be introduced immediately. Since Chiang Kai-shek and his group are willing to hand state power back to the people sooner, why are they unwilling to carry out a minimum of democratic reforms sooner? Gentlemen of the Kuomintang, when you come to these concluding lines, you will have to admit that the Chinese Communists are not in any sense making an unbridled attack on you, but are asking you one simple question. May we not even ask a question? Can you brush it aside? The question you must answer is, how is it that you are willing to hand state power back to the people but not willing to institute democratic reforms? On the danger of the Hurley policy. July 12, 1945. This comment was written for the Xinhua news agency. It has become increasingly obvious that the policy of the United States towards China as represented by its ambassador Patrick J. Hurley is creating a civil war crisis in China. Sticking to its reactionary policies, the Kuomintang government has lived on civil war ever since it was set up 18 years ago. Only at the time of the Xi'an incident in 1936 and of the Japanese invasion south of the Great Wall in 1937 was it forced to abandon its nationwide civil war for a time. Since 1939, however, civil war on a local scale has again been waged without interruption. "Fight the Communists first" is the mobilization slogan used by the Kuomintang government among its own people, while it relegates resistance to Japan to a secondary place. At present all its military dispositions are focused not on resisting the Japanese aggressors but on recovering lost territory from China's liberated areas and on wiping out the Chinese Communist Party. This situation must be taken into serious account in our struggle both for victory in the war of resistance and for peaceful construction after the war. The late President Roosevelt did take it into account and consequently, in the interests of the United States, refrained from adopting a policy of helping the Kuomintang to undertake armed attacks on the Chinese Communist Party. When Hurley visited Yan'an as Roosevelt's personal representative in November 1944, he expressed agreement with the Chinese Communist Party's plan for the abolition of the Kuomintang one-party dictatorship and the establishment of a democratic coalition government. But later he changed his tune and went back on what he had said in Yan'an. This change was crudely revealed in his statement in Washington on April 2. In the interim, according to the self-same Hurley, the Kuomintang government represented by Chiang Kai-shek seems to have turned into the beauty and the Chinese Communist Party into the beast, and he flatly declared that the United States would cooperate with Chiang Kai-shek only and not with the Chinese Communist Party. This, of course, is not just Hurley's personal view but that of a whole group of people in the U.S. government. It is a wrong and dangerous view. At this juncture Roosevelt died, and Hurley returned to the U.S. Embassy in Chungking in high spirits. The danger of the China policy of the United States as represented by Hurley is that it is encouraging the Kuomintang government to be still more reactionary and aggravating the civil war crisis. If the Hurley policy continues, the U.S. government will fail irretrievably into the deep stinking cesspool of Chinese reaction. It will put itself in the position of antagonizing the hundreds of millions of awakened and awakening Chinese people and will become a hindrance to the war of resistance in the present and to world peace in the future. Isn't it clear that this would be the inevitable result? A section of U.S. public opinion is worried about the China policy of the Hurley type with its dangers and wants it changed, because as far as China's future is concerned, it sees clearly that the forces of the Chinese people which demand independence, freedom, and unity are irresistible and are bound to burst forth and supplant foreign and feudal oppression. We cannot yet say whether or when the U.S. policy will be changed. But one thing is certain. If the Hurley policy of aiding and abetting the reactionary forces in China and antagonizing the Chinese people with their immense numbers continues unchanged, it will place a crushing burden on the government and people of the United States and plunge them into endless trouble. This point must be brought home to the people of the United States. Telegram to Comrade WLLIAMZ Foster. July 29, 1945. Comrade William Z. Foster and the National Committee of the Communist Party of the United States of America. We are glad to learn that the Special Convention of the Communist Political Association of the United States has resolved to repudiate Browder's revisionist, that is, capitulationist line. One has re-established Marxist leadership and revived the Communist Party of the United States. We hereby extend to you our warm congratulations on this great victory of the working class and the Marxist movement in the United States. Browder's whole revisionist capitulationist line, which is fully expressed in his book Tehran, in essence reflects the influence of reactionary U.S. capitalist groups on the U.S. workers' movement. These groups are now doing their utmost to extend their influence in China too. They are supporting the erroneous policy of the reactionary clique inside the Kuomintang, a policy which is against the interests of the nation and the people, and are thereby confronting the Chinese people with the grave danger of civil war and jeopardizing the interests of the peoples of our two great countries, China and the United States. Beyond all doubt, the victory of the U.S. working class and its vanguard, the Communist Party of the United States, over Browder's revisionist capitulationist line will contribute signally to the great cause in which the Chinese and American peoples are engaged, the cause of carrying on the war against Japan and of building a peaceful and democratic world after the war. The last round with the Japanese invaders. August 9, 1945. The Chinese people heartily welcome the Soviet government's declaration of war on Japan on August 8. The Soviet Union's action will very much shorten the war against Japan. The war is already in its last stage and the time has come to inflict final defeat on the Japanese aggressors and all their running dogs. In these circumstances, all the anti-Japanese forces of the Chinese people should launch a nationwide counter-offensive in close and effective coordination with the operations of the Soviet Union and the other Allied countries. The Eighth Route Army, the new Fourth Army and the other armed forces of the people should seize every opportunity to launch extensive attacks on all the invaders and their running dogs who refuse to surrender, annihilate their forces, capture their arms and materiel, vigorously expand the liberated areas and reduce the areas under enemy occupation. We must boldly form armed working teams which, by hundreds and by thousands, should penetrate deep into the rear of the enemy-occupied areas, organize the people to wreck the enemy's communication lines and fight in coordination with the regular armies. We must boldly arouse the people in the occupied areas in their tens of millions and immediately organize underground forces to prepare armed uprisings and to annihilate the enemy in coordination with the troops attacking from without. Meanwhile, the consolidation of the liberated areas must not be neglected. Among the 100 million people there, and among the people in all other areas as they are liberated, we should universally carry out the reduction of rent and interest this winter and next spring, increase production, build up the people's political power and armed forces, intensify militia work, strengthen army discipline, persistently develop the united front of all sections of the people and guard against waste of manpower and material resources. All this is designed to put more punch into our army's offensive against the enemy. The people of the whole country must be on their guard to avert the danger of civil war and make efforts to bring about the formation of a democratic coalition government. A new stage in China's war of national liberation has arrived, and the people of the whole country must strengthen their unity and struggle for final victory.